So our interest earnings have grown significantly in recent years. So as interest rates increased, our investment income rose from about $500,000 a few years ago to $4.8 million today, and now interest rates are declining. So the next type of funds that the city has are special revenue funds. So these are all legally restricted. For example, road use tax can only be used for roads, never for police or parks. TIF revenue must stay within the urban renewal area that generates it. Housing voucher funds must follow strict, such as water, sanitary sewer, stormwater, refuse, parking, and transit. These all function like utilities. So their rates must be set to cover their full costs, including infrastructure, maintenance, and debt. They do not subsidize the general fund, though they do pay the general fund for administrative support through an administrative overhead rate. I will also say the transit fund does have a levy there, so it is not self-supporting, but it is still considered an enterprise fund under the Iowa Code. We also have internal service funds. So these funds are intended to support internal operations. So we, for example, have a city garage that does fleet maintenance, and they recharge to departments that use that service. We have a health insurance fund to make sure we're recharging departments for that share of costs. And we also have internal service funds for supplies and engineering services. This slide shows the different state programs, government activities by program that we're legally required to budget for. So this is how our services are organized into these program areas. So understanding these categories help explain how resources are allocated and how the budget is presented in our budget documents. So this is essentially how our reporting in our budget looks based on these programs. And now I'm going to have Laura come up, and she's going to talk about the budget piece.
So we view the budget through three lenses: operating, which is daily services; capital, long-term investments; debt repayment of past capital. These perspectives help guide funding decisions, and long-range planning. The operating budget covers recurring annual costs, employees, supplies, utilities, small equipment. This is the portion of the budget that keeps services running every day. Excuse me. The CIP is our 5-year infrastructure plan. The first year is adopted as part of the annual budget, while years 2 through 5 are updated each year based on needs and priorities. As you can see, our budget is a year-round effort. It includes goal setting, training, public input, departmental requests, and multiple rounds of review by the city manager and city council. Final adoption occurs in April, with amendments made in May. We produce several core documents each year: the residence budget guide, the capital improvement program, and the policy budget. Each serves a different audience and provides varying levels of detail. The residence budget guide is designed for the general public. It uses visuals, summaries, and narrative explanations to make the budget understandable at a glance. The budget overviews in the residence guide provide documents that include the city manager's budget message, the budget in brief, rate comparisons, cost of service analyses, and summaries of improvements and staffing changes. Our financial summaries show how property taxes are distributed, where revenue comes from, how money is spent, and the city's total expenditures. Second of the three documents, the CIP, the Capital Improvement Program. So each CIP project includes a description, justification, funding sources, department, and alignment with broader city plans. It's our primary tool for managing long-term infrastructure. In our third document, the policy. The policy budget provides the deepest detail. It includes department performance measures, the line item budget, staffing summaries, and service level changes. All budget documents from 2020 to today are available online at cityofdubuque.org/budget. You could submit budget ideas there and find meeting materials. Our online transparency tools, Open Budget, Open Checkbook, Balancing Act, and the Taxpayer Receipt allow residents to explore the budget, view spending, experiment with balancing their own budget, and see how their taxes are used. Thank you for your attention. We're happy to answer any questions and walk through any part of the budget structure in more detail.
Okay, well, thank you both. All right, happy to have a discussion here. So thank you first of all for that. It's a really interesting overview of what we're really looking at and why we go through the process we go through and what we go through. I think there's a couple slides on there that are particularly telling for everybody to be able to see. But open it up for questions and any discussion we want to have. Yeah, Ms. Michelle.
Thanks. First of all, I like the format. I think it makes it really understandable and it is a good reference tool. So I asked for a paper copy so I can refer to it, which I will. So thank you. You talked about the local option sales tax and how it's broken down and that it was established by referendum. So if we were to want to change that percentage, would it require a new referendum or how would that work if we wanted to change those percentages?
I'm going to refer to Krenna.
Say that again for me, please.
Sure. The local option sales tax established by voter referendum. And we have 3 different percentages, 50, 30, and 20 in different areas. If we were to want to change that, would it require a referendum or how would that be, could that be adjusted?
So I would need to go back and pull the original referendum to see if those specific percentages were in there. My recollection is they are.
Yeah.
And so if those are in there, in order to modify that, I believe it would need to go back to the voters for reallocation or to potentially remove the percentages and just say it's going to go towards generally these things without a specific percentage. But I would have to do a little bit of digging in that for you, but I would be happy to bring that back.
Okay, thank you. Just food for thought. Thank you.
All right. Eric, could you take us off the screen, please? I still see us up there. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Resnick.
Thank you. So it's like a jigsaw puzzle somewhat. I was trying to figure things out because I was I was considering different rates that we have a 3% recommended. And I was trying to figure out what to do and what effect certain different rates would have to be. So I just used a proportion. If this amount is 3%, then proportionality, a different number goes with my certain numbers that I was trying out, right? But it's not that easy. It sounds like that if I were to say, instead of 3%, we would do X percent. Is that something we can do quickly or not really? I mean, what if we're tonight, I know I don't want to talk about this yet, but I mean, it seems like it's too complicated just to make it a simple process like I was trying to do, just a proportionality, right? So what's involved in all this to put it together into final package number?
Okay, so I think I understood your question. So you're looking at if the tax rate was set at a different rate, that was an impact of 2% to the average homeowner, would we be able to calculate that quickly? And the answer is yes. We do have software tools that we use, that we have built out where we can do different scenarios pretty quickly, depending on what the council would be looking
Sure.
to get information on.
I mean, you have all those tools to hear tonight,
Yep.
but I really couldn't do that at home because I was just poking about. I maybe got close.
Yeah, so the tax rate essentially is set on the city's general taxable value, and it's per 1,000.
Sure.
So you can kind of back into what you're looking for by just keeping that base calculation in mind.
Okay, because what were there 8 different funding sources and
Right.
and about 20 different ways to spend it, and you have to figure out how they all interconnect and all that.
Right, right,
So
yeah.
I won't feel bad about my not being able to be precise tonight. But thank you for being here and this presentation, giving us and our residents an idea of what, everything you go through. My last question is, does everything change if something changes from the state, or is the state done with the possibilities and we know exactly what they're doing so we can be secure tonight with what we're doing?
So you're talking about property tax legislation that's currently being discussed. The answer would be no. There's no resolution in the legislature yet. So these numbers are without being able to foresee what might happen because it's too hard to predict right now.
So if something happens, maybe I could talk to Corinne about this. If something happens in the State House that would change everything, we need to go through this process again? To set the number, set the levy number?
Well, so the good news is all the legislation they're considering so far, they say will not take effect until fiscal year '28.
Okay,
So your next budget cycle. So hopefully they stick with that theme.
okay, great. Good information. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Other discussion? Could you actually pull up something that you have on the online transparency tools slide?
Yeah, I could.
The taxpayer receipt?
Yep,
I was wondering if we could look at that just on the screen.
if I can get out of the presentation. Oh, there we go. All right, so on our website, if you go to departments, under budget is where you can find our budget tools. I'm just gonna head to the 2027 budget. I'll point out a couple of things. On this page, you can actually submit your ideas for the city budget online, and you can either fill in your name or not fill in your name, so those are options. And you'll find all of the budget documents here once they're published. And then also there's the taxpayer receipt, which will generate a receipt based on the taxable value of your home and show you exactly where your money's going for your city portion of your taxes to city services. We also have this Balancing Act budget simulator, which shows the budget as a whole and allows residents to interact with it. So it's pretty simple. You just go in here, do you own a home? Yes. And we'll just make up a taxable value of a home, so.
What's the midpoint? I know we use that a lot,
So in '27, it's about 212,000 prior to rollback and prior to the homestead credit. So those both would be taken into account. And you can find your taxable value of your home on Beacon, the website the assessor uses. And if you click on this little eye, it will actually help you go through that process. But I'm just gonna fill in a random number here and pretend it's my assessable value. So 149,700. You just click the button, view your tax receipt. So this is for 2026. And it generates a handy little receipt here that shows you in total what you pay in taxes. $340 goes to arts, parks, recreation, library, convention, civic center, and then it breaks those down. And then if you have a question like, I don't know what community impact is, you can click on the little I, and it's gonna give you more information, and then you can click again and get even more information. And you can go down, and of course, you can see public safety is the largest, $785.96. Again, it breaks it down by department under public safety. We have community and economic development, and then administration, technology, legal, building maintenance, city council. So the admin departments is 140, and it breaks those down. And then it gives you a total, so $1,506 on that home value I put in. So if anyone's curious about where their city taxes are going, this is a great tool.
and that's the city portion.
That is
of the
only the
taxes.
city portion. So it
does-
would not show county or school district or NICC.
Yep, okay. Yeah, I was playing around with this the other day just to look at it, as we have these discussions about the taxpayer receipt that taxpayers are going to get, that the state requires to send out. So I'll say this now, I'm probably going to say it again later tonight when we talk about this, and probably say it again a few more times as we go through the budget process. That taxpayer form you're going to get is wrong. It doesn't give you the correct amount for what you're really paying in taxes to the city of Dubuque. There's some numbers on there that are generally going to be correct, but it's going to be confusing and it's not going to tell you that. To the state legislature's credit, they recognize this. And I think that we're really going to see a new form come through that shows us something more like this. I mean, as a taxpayer who owns a home, this is what I want to see. I want to know what the city's charging me for each of these different things, that if my home was that value, it'd be, parks is that $96 right there that, I'm paying for. What is my return on investment for what I'm paying in those taxes to be able to get in that? So I appreciate that we have this. And how long have we had this tool on the website? It's only been a few years, right?
We implemented in 2018.
In 2018, more than just a few years. So that's great. So we have this opportunity to be able to have all this information right there for everybody.
I'm not sure if you're interested in me showing what I call the open checkbook, but we have those.
I sure am interested.
Yes.
Okay.
That sounds wonderful. Let's do it.
All right, so again, you can go under city departments, and in this case, I'm gonna select finance, just to pick a different department, but very easy, off to the right here, it says Explore Dubuque's open expenses, so you just click on that. This is updated real time. Takes a second to load, but it will show you our budget, so our projected revenues, our projected expenses, our total expenses to date, and then you can click on it to explore more in here, and then you can look at other information, and I don't think it's loading, unfortunately. Oh, sorry, it's the wrong year. That would help. So you can see it breaks it down by department, and if you're like, wow, engineering, I want to see what's happening in engineering, you can click on that, and it'll bring you in. And you can see most of engineering's money is spent in capital projects. So again, you can click into that again, and you can see, wow, okay, here are the vendors that are being paid by engineering. You can do this for any department. And if I want to pick on Tricon, I can click on Tricon, and it will give you more information here. And everything in here can be exported to like a CSV file to Excel. So it's pretty interesting. So if you click on checkbook, you can actually get to actual payments. So you can see the actual payments that have been made to Tricon, even the check number. So we literally have the city's checkbook open for any resident to see if they're concerned where our payments are going. Well, this has been implemented since 2016, I think.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks for showing that.
Yeah.
And if residents do have a question, they're looking through something like this and they want to know, okay, why are we paying that much money to that particular organization for this particular project? What is usually the best way to be able to find out more information about that?
Residents can start with the finance department because we can at least dive into what they're looking at and get them directed to the right department, or we can request the information to the department and get back to the residents. So, yeah, I would say finance. So 589-4398 is our main number. So,
All right. Thanks, Jenny.
yep.
All right. Yes, Mr. Resident.
Just quickly, what happens to the comments on the budget and the open checkbook that you receive from residents? So you review them.
So the online form that is out there where you can just type in whatever budget ideas you would like, submits, and it goes to myself, budget manager Laura Bendorf, and it's shared with the city manager. And it also goes to Adrian, because at our public hearing, it will be shared as public comment during the budget adoption. But yes, we take into account all public input, and if it should be included in the recommended budget.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. Any further questions or discussion? Okay. Seeing no further questions or discussion, that's all you have for us this
Yep,
evening?
that's all
Okay,
we have.
wonderful. Well, then, we have no further business in this work session. We will reconvene at 6:30. Thank you very much for this presentation. Adrian N. Breitfelder, City Clerk, you are hereby directed to call a regular session of the City Council to be held on Monday, March 2nd, 2025 at 6:30 PM in the historic Federal Building for the purpose of conducting such business that may properly come before the City Council.
Thank you. Good evening and welcome to a regular session of the Dubuque City Council for March 2nd, 2026. As a reminder to our participants, you can provide in-person input or virtual audio and written input during the sections of the agenda where public input is accepted. Input options during the live meeting include in-person attendees may approach the podium when the mayor asks if there is any public input on the item they would like to speak to. Remote attendees can log into GoToMeeting using the login links, phone numbers, and access code that appear on the broadcast and live stream and posted on the front page of the meeting agenda. This option includes audio input and written chat input. If you are participating via computer, indicate which item you'd like to speak to in the chat function, or note that you would like to speak during the appropriate section. If you are participating via phone, indicate which item you would like to speak to during the appropriate section. All comments, whether in person or virtual, must be accompanied by a name and address. Additionally, written public input is accepted by contacting the City Council directly from the city's webpage at www.cityofdubuque.org/councilcontacts and through the City Clerk's office email at ctyclerk@cityofdubuque.org. This information will be reiterated during the meeting. Attendance for the session is as follows. Mayor Kavanaugh.
Here.
Council members Lyon-Decker.
Here.
Resnick.
Here.
Roussel.
Here.
Sprank.
Here.
Staver.
Here.
Wethel.
Here.
City Manager Van Milligan.
Here.
And City Attorney Brumwell.
Here.
Thank you, Mayor Kavanaugh. I'll turn it over to you for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Adrian. I invite all who are able to please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have two proclamations this evening. Our first is Irish American Heritage Month.
All right, and I believe we've got a couple folks here to come on up and accept this proclamation, so thanks for being here. Feel free to say a few words before I read it.
Hello, everyone. Top of the morning. Well, maybe evening, huh? Hi, my name is Jerry Feeney. I am the president of the Dubuque chapter of the Ancient Order of Hibernians with my vice president here, Dave King. We are one of two chapters in Dubuque County. We are Dubuque County number 2. The other membership is out of Dyersville. Currently, we have about 70 members in Dubuque and about 50 members in Dyersville. We are here to promote Irish heritage and Irish culture. Some of you may be familiar with the Irish Hoolie Music Festival. We are part of that. In fact, we are the driving force. This year, it will be Saturday, mark your calendars, August 22nd. And we're in the process of a new venue this year. We're in the process of hopefully relocating to the Q Casino's new amphitheater. So we'd like to make sure everyone knows that. And that's it. That's, like I said, we are here to promote our heritage. We do have fundraisers, and to the date now, we have given away over $80,000 to various churches, parishes, and organizations throughout Dubuque County and the city of Dubuque. So, thank you very much.
Well, Jerry and Dave, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you coming every single year, to be able to celebrate everybody's favorite month, the month of March. And of course, also talk about everybody's favorite event, the Irish Hoolie. So it is a great time every single year, and one of the best things that I know that every Dubuquer loves to enjoy. So happy St. Patrick's Day to everybody, and thanks a lot for being here to accept this proclamation, and of course for all the great work that you do across the entire county of Dubuque. Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, you can stay here. I'll hand it to you when I'm all done. Yeah.
Wally.
Yeah. Just a little bit longer. Yep. All right, City of Dubuque proclamation. Whereas the Irish heritage of the Dubuque area is an important part of the Dubuque community's character and identity. And whereas a celebration of St. Patrick's Day will be held by the Ancient Order of Hibernians, AOH, Dubuque County Division Number 2, refounded in 2013, and the Ancient Order of Hibernians, AOH, Dubuque County Division Number 1. And whereas Irish Americans have made a lasting mark on the history of Dubuque, the United States, and the world, and whereas Irish Americans are proud of their strong cultural, historical, and familial ties that have strengthened our relationship with Ireland for more than 100 years. Now therefore, I, Brad M. Kavanaugh, Mayor of the City of Dubuque, Iowa, on behalf of the City Council, staff, and residents of Dubuque, do hereby proclaim the month of March 2026 as Irish American Heritage Month in the City of Dubuque, Iowa, and ask the people of Dubuque to support this event and recognize the efforts of the Ancient Order of Hibernians, Dubuque County Division Number 2, and the Ancient Order of Hibernians, Dubuque County Division Number 1. All right, come on up.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Enjoy the night.
Our second proclamation is AmeriCorps Week.
All right, Lizzie Sula and Zoe Heyer, I believe, are here. Oh, back there, yeah. Come on up. And hopefully I got the names right. Yeah, excellent.
Hello. So first, can we please have all AmeriCorps members, current and alumni, stand or raise your hand. Okay, thank you. On behalf of the AmeriCorps members here and all those serving throughout the city of Dubuque, we are honored to accept the proclamation declaring AmeriCorps Week. Next week will provide us with a meaningful opportunity to recognize the dedication of AmeriCorps members across the nation, including those here in our community.
Their commitment to improving lives and strengthening the community aligns with our shared values of service, compassion, and making a lasting impact. We extend our gratitude to the Mayor and City Council for this recognition and look forward to continuing our work in making a difference. Thank you.
All right. Well, Lizzie and Zoe, thank you so much for being here, and thanks for being a part of AmeriCorps. It's just such an important thing, I think, for our country. I mean, you are actually in the role of serving our country right now, the work that you're doing, and we sincerely appreciate it. We know we see it all over town. I remember one day last summer, I was just walking down the street, and there's a whole yard filled with AmeriCorps volunteers planting trees. And it seems like a simple thing that's going on, but it's a really important thing for a city like Dubuque to have people like you who are ready to serve in that way. So thank you for what you do. And thanks to everybody who works with AmeriCorps and manages AmeriCorps and does all those things. It's an incredibly important program, and we love having it here in town. So, City of Dubuque Proclamation. Whereas service to others is a hallmark of the American character and has the unique ability to bring people of all backgrounds together in common cause. And throughout our history, residents have stepped up to meet our most pressing challenges of the day by volunteering in their communities. And whereas the City of Dubuque is a proud sponsor of members of diverse ages and backgrounds serving with the City of Dubuque AmeriCorps program, who provide educational support to our youth K through 12 through social emotional learning, Green Iowa AmeriCorps members who engage and educate our community to become climate resilient, Justice Advocate AmeriCorps members who provide free legal education and support services to low-income and vulnerable residents. And whereas AmeriCorps enriches the lives of its members, building habits that create active participants in civic matters affecting their communities long after their service terms are completed. And whereas AmeriCorps members demonstrate commitment, dedication, and patriotism by making an intensive commitment to service, which remains with them in their future endeavors. And whereas AmeriCorps programs bring people together across race, age, and zip code to address critical issues facing the country, forge relationships, and cultivate mutual respect and help build resilient and thriving communities. And whereas through their service, AmeriCorps members strengthen the lives of their families, communities, and the city of Dubuque as a whole. And whereas AmeriCorps Week is an opportunity to recognize the dedication and commitment of the more than 1.3 million Americans who have chosen to serve their country through AmeriCorps and their community partners, and to encourage more Americans to follow their footsteps in service. Now therefore, I, Brad M. Kavanaugh, Mayor of the City of Dubuque, Iowa, on behalf of the City Council, staff, and residents of Dubuque, do hereby proclaim the 8th through the 14th of March, 2026, as AmeriCorps Week in the City of Dubuque, Iowa, and urge our community to thank AmeriCorps members and alumni for their service and to find their own ways to give back to our community. We doing a picture? All right. Krenna, you don't have to take the picture this time.
I'm the alumni, I'm representing the alumni group.
All right, perfect. Thanks for being here, everybody. All right, thanks a lot. Thanks. Have a great night. Thank you.
We'll now move on to consent items. At this time, anyone participating in the meeting in person who would like to discuss one of the consent items, please approach the podium when the mayor asks if there is any in-person input and state your name and address. For all remote attendees, please enter your name and address in the chat function or state your name and address over the phone when the mayor asks if there is any virtual input. If more than one participant would like to speak, then city staff will determine the speaking order of the participants. Please state the item you would like removed from the consent agenda for separate discussion and consideration, and consent items can be found on pages 2 through 5 of the agenda.
Okay, do we have anyone here in chambers who would like to remove any of the consent items for separate discussion this evening? Seeing no one here, do we have anyone virtually?
No input.
Okay, all right. Okay, back to us then. Ms. Russell.
I would like to hold items 9 and 10, please.
Okay. Any other items to be held this evening?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Mr. Resnick.
I move to receive and file the documents, adopt the resolutions, and deal with the consent items as recommended, except for number 9 and number 10.
Second by Wethel.
Got a motion by Resnick, second by Wethel. Adrian, would you call the roll, please?
Wethel.
Aye.
Lyon-Decker.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0. Number 9, Ms. Russell, I'll come to you for a motion, please.
I move to receive and file and adopt the resolution, and I would like to.
Let's get a second, then
Okay.
we'll discuss.
Second.
Thank you. All right, I've got a motion by Russell, second by Resnick. All right, Ms. Russell, go
Okay.
ahead.
These are very, very busy memos, and I wondered if Gus Sahoyas could come and just give us an explanation of what's actually happening here with the Art Museum. I don't have any problem with it, but I'd like to confirm what is changing and how the traffic and parking will be or will not be impacted.
Gus Sahoyas, city engineer. So as far as the parking, we have, around the perimeter, we have 12 parking stalls. They're all metered. So the 6 on Bluff Street will be gone, and there'll be 3 on 7th Street. One of them will be gone. And then there's 3 on Locust Street, and those will remain. So in that, we're going to lose 7 parking stalls. So those 5 remaining will be all ADA compliant. So they'll be handicap accessible parking stalls. So in that, the parking around the perimeter of the building, we're going to lose 5 of those stalls, 7 of those stalls, 7.
And the streets will still be
Streets are
usable?
going to be the same. Bluff will continue to be one-way south, and Locust will be one-way north. And then 7th Street will remain two-way. The only thing that's going to change on 7th Street, it'll go from 24 feet to about 22 feet, so that's plenty of lane width. So nothing's really going to change except loosen those 7 stalls.
Okay, thank you. There was a lot in those memos, and I just appreciated your clarification. Thank you.
No problem, thanks.
Any other discussion? Mr. Resnick.
Mr. Mayor, so right now, there's a lot of parking down there. Are we, there must be additional parking besides the 7 spots.
Yeah, there's all kinds of parking around
Great.
the perimeter, and then we have the ramps real close.
Sure.
So there'll be plenty of parking.
Great. Because it's going to be, a wonderful place. I know
Right,
it's going to be
and
crowded.
There's plenty of parking around there. I mean,
Super.
I talked to Ryan Nucky from Transportation. They have no problems with the parking situation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any others? All right. Motion here is to receive and file and adopt this resolution. Then, Adrian, would you call the roll, please?
Wethel.
Aye.
Lyon-Decker.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0. Number 10 is the next one we held, so I'd entertain a motion there, please.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Russell?
I move to receive and file and adopt the resolution.
Second?
Got a motion by Russell, second by Resnick. Back to you, Ms. Russell. Any further discussion on this one?
No, it was covered. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Any other questions? Okay, motion there is to receive and file, adopt the resolution. Adrian, would you call the roll, please?
Wethel.
Aye.
Lyon-Decker.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Next are items set for public hearing, and I do want to clarify that for items set for public hearing number 5, there is going to be a presentation and discussion regarding that because it's related to the maximum property tax rate. So we are going to motion on items set for public hearing number 1 through 4 separately, and then have a separate motion for number 5. So I'll read off the first 4 items set for public hearing. Number 1 is setting a public hearing to dispose of city-owned property north of Cedar Crest Court in Dubuque, Iowa for March 16th, 2026. Second is 2026 Public Works Asphalt Overlay Program Sidewalk Curb Ramp Project Bid Package 3, initiate public bidding process and setting date for a public hearing for March 16th, 2026. Third is setting a public hearing, Ham House Lease Third Amendment for March 16th, 2026. And fourth is setting a public hearing for the Jules Iowa Department of Transportation's Consolidated Funding Application for April 6th, 2026.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Russell?
I move to receive and file, adopt the resolutions, and set the public hearings for the dates specified.
Second by Sprang.
Motion by Russell, second by Sprink. Adrian, would you call the roll, please?
Wethel.
Aye.
Leyendecker.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
Motion passes 7-0.
And then item set for public hearing number 5 is set public hearing for proposed fiscal year 2027 tax rate and dollars and taxpayer statements for March 23rd, 2026.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Resnick?
I move to receive and file and adopt the resolution and set the public hearing for March 23rd, 2026 at 6:30 PM.
Second by Wethel.
Got a motion by Resnick and a second by Wethel. And Mike, am I coming right to you? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And Mike, real quick, before we go, can I just explain real quick to everybody who's here? We're setting a public hearing here, and there will be a public hearing to discuss all of this where we'll actually have the public be able to come up to be able to do this. Right now, remind me, Krenna, we're not accepting public input on this particular item here, or we?
You are not.
We are not, yeah, because
No.
we do that during the public hearing itself.
Correct.
So this is a presentation by the city manager, some discussion by the council, and then we will set this public hearing to be held on the 23rd, which is the time that everybody gets a chance to be a part of that discussion. So just making that clear for everybody. So, Mike,
Yeah,
please.
thank you. And so just a little more on the process part. So several years ago, the state of Iowa passed a law that instead of setting the property tax rate after the mayor and city council have heard what all the requests are from the different departments and community issues that are brought to you in the public meetings you hold on the budget hearings in April, then at the end, you used to set the property tax levy based on your determination of the need. The state of Iowa changed that several years ago, and before you start the budget process, you have to set the property tax levy. And so what you're doing tonight is I'm asking you to establish a levy that you will hold a public hearing on March 23rd. What happens with the levy that you select tonight is Dubuque County will mail a notice to the taxpayers saying, hey, on March 23rd, the mayor and city council are going to hold a public hearing on this levy, whichever you establish tonight. Then at that public hearing, you finally adopt the levy. It cannot be any higher than the levy you established tonight, but it can be lower. And then you'll hear all the things that the departments are requesting in the budgets, or the community as they come up to the microphone and point out issues to you in the community that they would like to see changed or rectified. But you'll already have set the amount of resources that you have available to accomplish any of those things. But since you're being asked tonight to establish the amount of the levy that's going to be at the public hearing on March 23rd, I'm just trying to tell you how we arrived at our recommendation, hopefully, which is what you'll accept, but if not, you'll establish something else for the public hearing. So if you accept the recommendation tonight, it would be a 1% change in the tax rate, or 10 cents per thousand. What it would amount to is the property tax asking would increase by $2.1 million. So what kind of effect would that have on the different classes of property? So the average residential property, if you were to accept this recommendation, would see a 3% increase in their property taxes, or $26.68. The average commercial property would see a $770 increase in their taxes, or 18.1%. And the average industrial property would see a $910 increase in their property taxes, or 17.9%. Now, when you have the hearing on March 23rd, we will break out these commercial and industrial based on different values of property. And the reason is because in both those cases, the first $150,000 of value gets the same rollback that residential gets. So they pay on about 60% less of the value of their property. And so we try and break it down by different values of commercial and industrial property, because ones that are at the lower end would have less of the value of their property tax than those commercial industrial properties that are at the higher end of value. So we'll have that information for you on the 23rd. So there's only 11 cities in the state of Iowa with a population greater than 50,000. For several years in a row, we've had the lowest property tax rate of those cities. And we believe if you were to adopt this, you still would have the lowest. Now, we know what Ames is holding their hearing on, and if they pass theirs, it would be higher than Dubuque's. We know what Ankeny is holding theirs on, but you also have to add, in their case, their transit levy. And so we don't show the FY27 levy on here because we don't yet know what the transit levy is. But we believe, based on last year's transit levy, that Ankeny will also end up being higher than Dubuque. So again, you would have the lowest property tax rate of the 11 largest cities in the state of Iowa. And to give you an idea for FY26 how that worked out, comparing to this chart here with some FY27s, Waterloo's property tax rate would be 114% higher than Dubuque's property tax rate, and the average of all these other cities would be 53% higher than Dubuque's property tax rate. If you look at back in time, 1989 was when the residents passed the local option sales tax, where 50% of that goes to property tax relief. And if you were to look back to that time, the average annual increase of the property taxes for the average homeowner is 1.52%, or about $9.92 a year. There's the significant issues that are impacting the budget. One of the things we're doing is the Greater Downtown Tax Increment Financing District has taken out some internal loans from the general fund over time. And so we're going to have the district repay those loans this year. That would be a total of $5.3 million. $1 million of that approximately would be used for property tax relief in FY27. The remaining $4.3 million would generally be split between doing improvement packages, mostly non-recurring expense improvement packages, and some recurring improvement packages. And the rest would be reserved for fiscal year 28 budget process, because one of the things we have to remember is this year the state legislature is still in session, and they've made it very clear that there's going to be more property tax reform than there already has been in the past. And the governor's statement was cities are going to have to do with less. So we're assuming that the property tax reform is going to negatively impact revenues for the city of Dubuque, and of course every other city, county, and school district across the state. So we want to have some money in reserve to help us deal with whatever occurs beginning. We're being told that the reform won't happen until fiscal year 28, so that's next budget cycle, not this budget cycle. The other thing we're doing to prepare for that is we're recommending that beginning in FY28, that you only claim 75% of the revenues from the Downtown Tax Increment Financing District. If you were to accept that recommendation, that would create an additional $1.2 million in annual revenue for the City of Dubuque General Fund. Now, there's also some benefits to the other taxing bodies. I don't have the numbers, exact numbers off the top of my head, but I think the school district would get about $1.4 or $1.5 million a year, beginning in FY '28. Dubuque County, I think, would get about $650,000 a year, and Northeast Iowa Community College and some other taxing bodies would get somewhat less, but that would be a recurring revenue source for them, as once you claimed only 75% of the downtown TIF, you pretty much would be, that would be your established claim. Legally, you could increase it, but if you ever did that, you would be taking money out of your own general fund and the general fund of these other taxing bodies. And so I wouldn't advise that you do that. Now, what the result of that will be is that there'll be $3.4 million less each year for programs and projects in the downtown tax increment financing district. And so through the budget process, which starts in April, we'll be recommending to you how that would impact the projects and programs that are funded through the downtown tax increment financing district. One of the things that's been happening as far as reduced revenues is several years ago when the state of Iowa did property tax reform, they promised to backfill the property tax losses that the cities were experiencing. After a few years, they changed their mind. And now each year they've been reducing the amount of money they provide in backfill for the property tax losses. So the city has lost $808,000 since fiscal year 2022. Now, it's not totally phased out yet, so we will still receive $485,000 this year, but that will continue to decrease. And there is another backfill that they are not decreasing, and that's $170,000 a year. The DRA lease payments, when you look at comparing to our budget projections for this fiscal year compared to FY '27 next fiscal year, will actually be decreasing slightly. I have to admit, I told them I thought they were being very pessimistic about their revenues, but it's theirs to project. I did follow the month of January, which is the first month of their fiscal year, and they did way better than their projections. And if they do, that happens again in February, when you get my budget recommendation in April, I might not be following their projections, because as I said, I think they're too conservative, but we'll see. But that money is used in our general fund. Our interest revenue, we're projecting that's going to go down fairly significantly. So I think as everybody's been watching, interest rates are decreasing. And so our return on our investments is by interest rate. And so we anticipating getting less in fiscal year '27. Our local option sales tax revenue, we're projecting a slight decrease of $200,000. Now remember how that money is used, and that was passed by referendum in, I believe it was 1989, I think I said before. 50% of that money goes to property tax relief, and 50% goes to capital improvements. Of that 50% that goes to capital improvements, 20% is for maintenance of city buildings and 30% for street maintenance. The hotel motel tax is decreasing slightly from current projections. Now, that's another one that I'm more optimistic on, maybe than I'm willing to be in the actual budget projection. But when you look at some of the projects that are happening in our community right now, especially the Field of Dreams in Dyersville, but you know, the new medical school, and we could just go on and on of all the investment. There's been $1.1 billion invested in Dubuque County in the last 3 years. I do expect some good things to happen, but right now, if you just follow what the trend looks like, it does look like we'll see a little bit downturn in our hotel motel tax receipts. Our riverfront property lease revenues, we're projecting going up. Most of them are tied to the consumer price index increases on an annual basis. Our franchise fee revenue, we're expecting a fairly significant increase, and that's based on our re-estimated fiscal year '26 receipts. In other words, we've already gotten 5 months, I believe it is, of utility franchise receipts, and they are exceeding our projections, and so we think those will do pretty well. As you heard in October, when Fire Chief Amy Scheller made a recommendation to you on some of our ambulance fees and then what to do with those fees, first of all, I had the authority to make many of the changes on my own, which I did effective January 1st, but there were some that you needed to approve, which you did. And so we think we'll see a very significant increase in our ambulance revenues. And remember, what you're doing with that money is you already approved the 5 additional firefighter positions, which we're already hiring this fiscal year. And then next fiscal year, you approved another 9 firefighter positions. Now, that is contingent on us getting a federal grant, which Chief Scheller she's actually been in the past on the board that awards grants, so she's very familiar with how the process works, and she says that our application will be very competitive. She has a high level of confidence that we will get the grant. These dollars will be used to match the grant, because it's not 100%, it's a decreasing amount each year to pay for the 9 firefighters, and this should get us through that process of the next several years to add this total of 14 firefighters. Oh, well, that was my next slide right there. The contributions to the fire and police retirement system has actually decreased this year. That's a percent that we get from those pension systems. They tell us what we are to contribute, and so they must have better performance in their investment accounts to be able to lower them. One of our significant increase in the expenses next year is employee salaries and benefits for $2.6 million. The Dubuque Police Protective Association and union contract is a 5% increase. The Dubuque Professional Firefighters Association contract is a 4% increase. The International Union of Operating Engineers contract is a 3.25% increase. And the Teamsters Local Union Number 120 bus operators and Teamsters Local Union Number 120 is a 3% increase. And non-represented employees, I'm recommending that they receive a 3% increase. In health insurance, we are seeing what I'll call a slight increase compared to some of the things I read in the papers about other places. And then in the transit area, we're going to be receiving less federal assistance. And so that's going to negatively impact our general fund, because that's how we make up any deficit in our transit system. I'll remind you that in July 2023, Moody's Investor Services upgraded the city's credit rating from AA3 to AA2. In January of 2025, we were rated again, and they affirmed this higher general obligation bond rating. And the nice thing about that, how you've been being fiscally responsible in managing this budget, is that it lowers our debt issuance cost when we do need to issue debt to do things. So there's a statutory debt limit here in the state of Iowa where we're not allowed to issue debt that exceeds 5% of the city's assessed valuation. And you can see from this that at one time, at fiscal year 2015, we were at 90% of our statutory debt limit. In fiscal year 26, the current fiscal year, we're at 33% of our statutory debt limit. And while we haven't finalized the FY27 capital improvement budget recommendation, so I can't give you an exact number for fiscal year 27, we believe we'll actually be going down even further on the percent of our statutory debt limit use. And so let's compare ourselves like we did our property tax levy, where we were the lowest of the 11 cities with a population greater than 50,000. This is a basket of cities, the same ones with population greater than 50,000, their use of the statutory debt limit. And you can see that there are let's see, 5 cities that have a higher use of the statutory debt limit. I'm sorry, it's 6 cities than Dubuque. And the average of all the other cities is 36.3%, which is higher than Dubuque's use of the statutory debt limit at 33.5%. And there's only 4 cities that have less of a use as a statutory debt limit than Dubuque. I would point out 2 of those, Iowa City and Ames, happen to have region institutions, Iowa State University and the University of Iowa in their communities, and they have a lot more resources than a standalone community like Dubuque would have. When you look at total debt, you can see that from fiscal year 24 to fiscal year 26, which is the current fiscal year, that our use of debt has increased. Now, one of the things I'll point out in our use of debt is a lot of this debt is SRF debt from the Iowa Finance Authority. So this is low interest, long-term debt. The state of Iowa is allowed to use federal funds to loan to communities for water quality projects. So stormwater projects, sanitary sewer projects, water projects. And as I said, it's extremely low interest and it's long-term debt. And one of the reasons you see that number jump so high, what looks like so quickly, is we actually combine 2 years of debt into 1 year. So there's not a midterm where we issued debt 2 years ago and then that went up a little bit, and then we issued it last year and it went up a little bit. We skipped 2 years ago, so this is 2 years of debt issued in 1 year. And I'll remind you, one of the really big projects we did during that time was the $40 million lift station, sanitary sewer lift station, the Old Mill lift station, as we continue to work on improving our sanitary sewer system. So a lot of this, most of it, is SRF debt through the state of Iowa. The top 10 debt issues that we've done is $41 million for the Old Mill sanitary sewer lift station. As I said, that was revolving loan debt. $8.8 million to build the Iowa Amphitheater on Schmidt Island. Matter of fact, we just earlier tonight had a group that said the Irish Hoolie is going to be one of the first events there this summer when it's completed. And that's in partnership with the Dubuque Racing Association. And the interesting thing about that debt is we're not repaying it. The Dubuque Racing Association is repaying that debt. So that while it's an obligation of the city, they're going to repay it. We also have $6.2 million in things like new fire engines and fire trucks and renovations at fire facilities. We have parking improvements for $3.9 million, mostly around parking ramp maintenance. And then the Granger Creek sanitary sewer improvement for $2.5 million. So those are the top, total of top 5 debt issuances that we've had. We'll continue to have a very healthy general fund reserve. The mayor and city council targets 25%, and so we target 27% because it can be a moving target during the year, and we want to do our best to stay above the 25% target of general fund reserves of $24.6 million. So the recommended resolution for the maximum property tax dollars in fiscal year 27 is $31,941,065 for a tax rate of $10.1648 per thousand, or a 6.93% increase over the fiscal year 26 property tax dollars. The public hearing to establish the maximum rate will be March 23rd. That's what you're being asked to set tonight. The recommended budget presentation, remember you got to set the levy before the budget starts. That'll start April 6th. And then there'll be public meetings on April 7th, April 9th, April 13th, April 15th, April 16th, April 21, and April 22. And what will happen at every one of those public meetings is different city departments will present to you about their budget recommendations. Residents can be here in person to watch it. They can watch it virtually as they can any city council meeting. And also at the end of each department's presentation, the mayor always asks if there's any residents in the audience that want to step up to the microphone and make any comments about that particular department's budget presentation. And then on April 28th is the final budget public hearing. Once again, every resident has a chance to speak on the budget on April 28th, but by state law, you have to adopt the budget that night, whatever the budget is that you decide. You have to adopt it before the end of April. And there's also ways residents can make public comments on the city website. And there's also, of course, they can directly contact city council members. They don't have to come to a public meeting. And with that, Chief Financial Officer Jennifer Larson and Budget Director Laura Bendorf are here and to try and answer any questions you might have.
All right, well, thank you very much, Mike. I'll just start out by saying that, I say this every year, that I think the process is still a little bit backwards in the state of Iowa. I don't think we got it completely right by having to set this maximum rate right now before we've seen any of the budget and be able to discuss any of it. What I will say is the last few years, I guess I have begun to appreciate a little bit more that we have guardrails. That we set this limit and tell ourselves that we can't go higher than that. And it does put us in a position to have to be very disciplined as we go through this process. What it doesn't allow is if something does come up, if something that residents have a demand for in the middle of the budget process, it doesn't allow us to go any higher to be able to meet that demand. We simply have to cut into other things that are on the budget to be able to try and do that. So it's a challenge that we have every single year. I do wish that there was some flexibility to be able to do those things, but at the same time, I do appreciate the discipline factor that we've put ourselves in every single year. I do want to mention to people, and I said this during the work session earlier tonight, the property tax form that you're going to get in the mail after we set this levy is wrong. It's not an accurate representation of what your actual property tax asking is going to be. It's basically set on a mythical property. It's not your property. So when you get this document in the mail that says what your property tax rate is going to be, I just ask, please don't freak out, but give us a call and let us know, what your questions are, and we can try to answer those. This, what you see up on the screen right now, these dates are basically when we try to answer all those questions about what your actual property tax rate is going to be, where your money is going to go. Throughout the month of April, we're going to talk about every dollar in each department that it's going to go to. And earlier tonight, we had a work session. I would encourage you to watch it if you weren't here to see it, where Jenny Larson and Laura Bendorf showed us a tool that we have on the city's website that shows us your personal property tax receipt. So essentially, it's not like specific to your property, but if you know exactly what your assessment value is, you can put that value in, and then you'd be able to see where all that money is going to go. You can see that from last fiscal year. You'll see it in the new fiscal year when we set the budget for doing this. So if you do have questions, please ask us. Let us know what those questions are. If you do have comments during this process, please bring those comments. We really do appreciate having that input and all that interaction when we go through this budget process. All right, those things said, I'll open it up for questions and discussion. Mr. Resnick.
Mr. Mayor, should we have a motion?
We had a motion.
And what was?
It was the motion, we actually did that before Mike gave his presentation. It was to receive and file, actually, you made the motion to receive and file, adopt the resolution, and set the public hearing for March 23rd.
Did that, so my question is then, we didn't talk about discussion and setting the maximum property tax rate. It's part of that motion, and that's just assumed to be.
It's in the resolution.
That we do that.
Right?
It's not in the resolution.
I'm wrong.
And so I was going to suggest
Yes.
that if you go with the rate as recommended, which is in the notice of public hearing, proposed property tax levy document, which is, I believe, what Jennifer would be publishing for the vote on the 23rd, that it simply say, receive and file, adopt the resolution, and approve the notice of public hearing, proposed property tax levy.
Okay, so thank you very much. Mr. Resnick, my apologies, I was completely wrong and you were completely right, so.
Well, I should have inserted this in my original motion, but what I was actually hoping to add is to have council discuss and set the maximum property tax rate. And that doesn't, and that's not necessarily the recommended.
So what I just suggested assumes that you would be going with what is contained in that notice. So if you opted to change that, we would need to change the language that I just mentioned. So if you want to do what you just mentioned, that's fine as well.
Can we have discussion on the motion as it stands right now and have
Yes.
that amendment come later?
Yes.
So maybe have some discussion first and then be able to make that amendment if need be? Of course, I'm not barring you from making an amendment, Mr. Resnick. You can do whatever you like, but
Yep.
that you can do that too?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you still have the floor. You want to?
Well, as long as I'm the first to speak.
Sure.
I'm going to reiterate what I just said, is that I would, before we set this maximum tax rate at 3%, I would like to have the council have the opportunity to discuss the options and what, give us some more details about some of the other numbers besides 3. Probably, as far as I'm concerned, perhaps less than 3%. So that's where I'm at right now. And so I would, if the motion were called now, I would vote against it, but I am opening to, I would like to add that amendment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Resnick. We'll definitely come back to you then at a certain point in time. Ms. Roussel?
Knowing how much work it always goes into this rate calculation by our expert team, and knowing that we haven't seen a single department budget presentation, and knowing that we can lower this once we do have more knowledge, I would like to accept this as our starting rate. Thank you.
Okay. Before I go, Jenny, can I ask you a question? And maybe Mike can tell us, how high could we raise the rate this evening? What is the maximum that the city council would be allowed to raise the rate? And if you need to do some calculations to answer that question, is that what you're looking at me like that for? Okay, I'll let you do that first. But if you could answer that, we'd appreciate it, so we can know that, just to give us some context in this discussion as we have it. Other thoughts while Jenny does math? We'll wait for the math. We'll hold the Jeopardy music while we do that too. Can I get some of that water? Is there enough in there? I'll go get some other water. No, you keep that. I'll get it.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, Mike.
And I know you've mentioned this in the past, but you had said about this idea that the notice that the public is going to get is not accurate for their particular properties, and it is very frustrating that that's the case. The only thing I would like to point out is the way that works is we provide whatever you pass tonight to the state. The state then sends that to Dubuque County, and Dubuque County does the mailing. Dubuque County has zero control over the mailing. So they just have to mail whatever the state sends them. So it's not as if, as people get this notice that I will use the words can actually be misleading, that is not the fault of Dubuque County. They're just required to do the mailing.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Mike. And I also want to give the legislature some credit here too, because this is a legislative fix that's required, and they recognize it. I mean, the legislature knows that this form needs to be fixed. There's widespread agreement as we talk about property tax reform in the state capitol that this is something that needs to change. So hopefully we will see that change this year. But I appreciate you pointing that out, so thank you. Jenny.
Jennifer Larson, Chief Financial Officer. The maximum levy that could be levied is 14.22543, which would generate about 44.7 million. So we have flexibility in our trust and agency levy where we can levy more employee expense.
Like by law, we could actually levy that much? Mm-hmm. Really? So you're saying over the rate that we see right here on the screen?
In total, so
Yeah.
Yeah, yep,
Okay, all right, so much higher than what we're talking about right now.
yes.
Okay, all right, thank you, that's helpful. Other discussion?
Yes, Mayor.
Mr. Leyendecker.
One of these, the memos, it talks about the anticipated debt issuance that is coming up that we're looking at based on various projects. Is that's something separate than what we're talking about here? In other words, the tax levy, well, let me ask, is the tax levy, does that service that potential debt that we'd be looking at to issue for those projects down the road?
Jennifer Larson, Chief Financial Officer. No, the proposed debt is not coming from a debt service levy. It would be coming from other payment sources like sanitary sewer fees, stormwater user fees, water user fees, local option sales tax.
Okay, thanks. While you're up
Yep.
there, so on, what am I on? The increase for improvements, it looks like, and for staffing and various things, it looks like 3.4 million is what is being contemplated here, based on an increase of what we're talking about for the levy, which would be, what does that result in from a number standpoint?
The increase in levy, hold on, let me get to the right place. Generates just under 2.1 million.
Okay,
In exact numbers, that's 2,068,812.
okay, thank you.
Good?
Yep.
All right. So seeing no one else, Mr. Resnick, you said you had some more to talk about with the levy rate itself, if you want to jump in?
I mean, if I'm able to, I know we're going to vote on this first motion first, but let me just tell you what I'm thinking about, and that is, in the researching this, I know we don't live in a bubble here in Dubuque, and I was reading that nationally consumer confidence is the worst it's ever been. It's even worse than COVID, and there's, with erratic economic policies, market volatility, and international retaliation, there's these massive economic and massive political shocks, and people aren't crazy to be worried about these type of things. With higher inflation and higher costs for police, fire, and most other departments, I think 3% is a fair number, but I do think we need to try for our residents, especially this year, to reduce the increase to help our residents. So that I need to ask specifically about the number 2%. It sounds like instead of raising 2.1 million, we would raise 1.4 million. Is that about correct?
Okay, just to verify, you're saying 2%
Instead of
increase
the 3, yes.
to the average homeowner? Yep, just give me 1 second here. Okay, so it would lower the tax rate to 10.066154, and then I'll let you know how much property tax revenue that is.
And while you're figuring that out, I just want to tell council that this also relates to what I talked about last week, and it's on the agenda for this week, when we have, when we're rezoning, they'd like to rezone for housing because it's more affordable, and lower taxes help affordable housing, and it helps all the citizens in Dubuque afford their homes and gets people in housing. So so I'll talk about the other when it comes up. But if we can, whatever we can do to, I think, responsibly and sensibly put a reduction on what we're doing to let the residents know, not only do we feel their pain, but we adjust things. for current conditions, and we care about them. And again, a second thing would be to help them afford their homes. And it's interesting, I also read where when you reduce the property tax rate, they are able to buy, they can get into a more expensive home if that's the only thing available. Again, get families into homes. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so decreasing the impact to the homeowner from 3% to 2% would result in $361,718 in less property tax revenue.
So instead of 2.1 million, it's like 1.7?
Roughly, yeah.
Okay, rough, yes. And again, I do think that's a reasonable amount. The number 3% was a professional estimate, and we don't know what's coming up, so there's a lot of good reasons to do 3%. But I think we need to, this is a special year that we really need to do some consideration for general financial conditions out in our city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Resnick. I, for one, definitely hear what you're saying. I think the challenge with our situation, as we have to do this in this way, is that I've seen nothing of the budget proposal, really, that Mike is going to bring forward and the staff are going to bring forward to us. And I'd prefer that we see that and that the community sees that, to be able to identify if there's $360,000 that we don't want to put within next year's budget, what of the proposals that we're seeing in this budget do we want to cut $360,000 from? And I don't think we can answer that question tonight. And I think, given the fact that, I mean, I would argue that this is a pretty conservative raise, considering what Jenny told us about what we could be raising the property tax rate. I think that I'd like to go forward with it. This is my personal take on it. I'd like to go forward with this recommendation tonight and then have the discussion over the next 2 months as we do, to be able to understand a little bit more what this budget is. I hear what you're saying, and I think it's a challenge that we should take up. If there is something that we can try to reduce from this budget, then let's try to do it. But I have no sense whatsoever of what that would be at this point, and I would be very uncomfortable saying to just, and I take this word the right way, to arbitrarily reduce the rate without knowing anything else that is there. So that's kind of my feeling on it. Mr. Lindick.
Mr. Mayor, based on what Mr. Resnick is saying, have we ever not spent up to the levy that was approved in the history? I know that's a tough question.
Have we reduced it from what the recommendation was?
Correct.
We have.
We have, okay.
Yeah, in the past that has happened. I can't remember what year it was. It was like 2 or 3 years ago, I think. There was a time where Mike came back and we had done some things, and he came back and said that there's actually less that he was going to be recommending, and was able to reduce that rate as we went forward. I honestly don't remember what year that was, though, so I apologize for that.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Mr. Saber.
Just to clarify what you just said, so Mike reduced the ask, or city council reduced?
Reduced the ask after we had had a month's worth of discussion, essentially. Yeah. And there have been times too where it's changed, where they ask that the recommendation that the city manager brought forward was actually changed and shifted based on discussion that we had with the public. And that's I would say that has been fairly common over the last few years as well. But I will point out something that Ms. Roussel said in her statement. This is the work that goes into this. You saw kind of earlier tonight, what the months are that go into this recommendation. It's not something that is done. It's done with great care and thought, and that's what I think we need to recognize as it comes to us. Now, it's not that we can't and shouldn't change it. It's just that what comes at us is something that every department has had input into, and that's the recommendation that we get. So I think we need to look at that very carefully. Yeah.
And just a reminder, because of the way the law is structured now, you can reduce it at the public hearing on the 23rd as the process moves along and you have some more information, but you can't ever raise it again. So if you reduced it tonight from the 2.1 to the 1.7, the 1.7 is that the wiggle room you're going to have in all of the packages you're going to see from all of the departments.
And I will also point out, and then Mr. Staver, I'm coming back to you because you still have the floor, but I will point out that I'm going to ask Krenna again to provide us with a memo by the public hearing, so that we have a council, as a council, understand the ways that we are able to propose changes through the budget as we go through this process.
It was on your work session agenda this evening, but I am also going
that
to
right?
provide it for the 23rd as well.
Thank you very much. I definitely missed that on the work session stuff, so thank you, Krenna. Mr. Staver?
I was just gonna, I guess, highlight that this is the max that we're setting tonight, and this is
Correct.
setting it.
Correct.
In a month, we can go back to,
We can reduce it throughout the next 2 months, absolutely. Yep. Mr. Landick?
Mr. Mayor, I do think with all, and Mike touched on this in his presentation, which I appreciated. I do think with all the economic activity, the Field of Dreams, the art museum, the new medical school, I do think there's going to be a real opportunity here to, and I do understand too, the economic headwinds that we're facing and some uncertainties out there overall in the economy. But I do think there's a real opportunity to say, if we could have a 0% increase, I think that would speak volumes for the community. And I think about, expanding our tax base based on the dollars that are being invested in our community. I think there's a real opportunity to do that with all the tax revenue that's being created with hotel, motel, and retail taxes that are out there. And I think about, those dollars that are coming into our community are really, we're importing them from outside, which I think has a real opportunity to help us decrease taxes, increase quality of life, and everything of that nature. So wherever we set the max, I think it'd be great to see if we could say, hey, we're going to have a 0% increase this year based on, again, what Mr. Resnick said. I think there's an opportunity for us as we look at those things. So I look forward to the budget season sessions and having more dialogue around those items, topics.
All right, thank you, Mr. Landick. All right, so we're fairly quiet. This is good discussion, but I'd like to move us along here. So we have any further comments, or Mr. Resnick, you've alluded to a separate motion. I want to give you the opportunity to make that if you want.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. You suggested we go with the original, and I'm okay with that. And then if that fails, then we could open it up and make another motion.
Okay. We do need to amend the motion specifically, though, with Krenna's language. If you could repeat that, please, Krenna.
Yes, so if it could be, receive and file, adopt the resolution, and direct the CFO to publish the FY27 Notice of Public Hearing Proposed Property Tax Levy document as contained in the agenda materials. And set for public hearing for March 23rd.
Did you catch most of that, Mr. Resnick?
I did, and I'd recommend somebody else make that motion.
You did make the original motion, I'll point out.
I did.
Yes, fair enough.
But, I mean, I'll do it.
But if you'd like somebody else to make that motion, I'd invite anyone to make a motion.
It's probably better that way, so I don't vote against my own motion, frankly.
May I say, so moved?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
So just to clarify what we're doing here, Ms. Russell, so Ms. Russell made a motion. Does anyone want to second that motion?
Second.
Okay. So we've got a motion by Ms. Russell, a second by Ms. Wethel, and that is okay to, I mean, we're now voting on that motion, the former motion. What happens to it?
I think it might be easier to do an amendment to the original motion, so if I would consider Ms. Russell's motion an amendment.
Okay.
And so then we vote on the amendment.
Yep.
And then we would go back to the original as amended.
Okay. All right. So Ms. Russell just made an amendment to the motion that was originally made by Mr. Resnick. So we have, and Ms. Wethel, you seconded, correct?
I did.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion by Ms. Russell to, and I'm sorry, Krenna, one more time, repeat what that amendment is so we're all clear on it.
So the amendment is directing the CFO to publish the FY27 Notice of Public Hearing Proposed Property Tax Levy. So that's the new piece.
Okay. So that's the new piece, that's the amendment. We need to have a vote on that amendment.
Correct.
So, clear enough? Any questions before I call for that vote? All right, Adrian, would you call the roll, please, on that amendment?
Wethel,
Aye.
Leyendecker,
Nay.
Resnick,
No.
Roussel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
That was an aye, Mr. Staver?
Yeah.
Okay. So we have a vote of 4-3. Is that correct? No, I'm sorry, 5-2. Sorry about that. Yep. So 5-2 is the vote. So that amendment does pass with a 5-2 vote. So then we have the original motion as amended. So that is the original motion of, and that basically adds to what we just voted on. All it adds to it is receive and file, adopt the resolution, and setting the public hearing for March 23rd. So we're voting on that along with the amended language. Okay? So now we're voting on the whole package. Any questions? You have them? Now's the time before we go. You want to clarify, Mr. Staver?
So we're just voting on making that the maximum, and then we'll.
Yep.
Okay.
That is correct. So now we're voting on approving the maximum rate and having it published, directing the CFO to publish it. And then along with that, we're also voting to receive and file, adopt the resolution that's listed here, and then set the public hearing for March 23rd. Okay? All right. Adrian, would you call the roll, please?
Wethel.
Aye.
Leyendecker.
Nay.
Resnick.
No.
Roussel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
It was a which one? Aye. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Staver. It's a 5-2, so that motion does pass. So thank you very much for the discussion, everybody. We'll have that public hearing on March 23rd.
We'll move on to boards and commissions. We have application review for the Housing Commission, Long Range Plan Advisory Commission, and Zoning Board of Adjustment, and appointments to the Human Rights Commission.
Okay. Thank you, Adrian. So first up, we have the Housing Commission tonight. We have one 3-year term through August 17th, 2028. We have one applicant, Wyatt Pierce. Do we have anyone here to speak to that application this evening? Seeing no one here. Anyone virtually?
Nope.
Okay. All right, then. Next up, we have the Long Range Planning Advisory Commission. Here, we have one 3-year term through July 1st, 2028, and one applicant, Parker Scott. Do we have anyone here to speak to that application this evening? No one here? Virtually? Nobody virtually? Okay. All right, then final application we have to consider this evening is the Zoning Board of Adjustment. Here we have one 5-year term through March 25th, 2031, and one applicant, Ben Leffelholtz. Do we have anyone here to speak to that application? Please.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Ben Leffelholtz, 3180 Keokuk Court. I just want to introduce myself again here. I was here about 3 months ago. I think I should serve the shortest Zoning Board of Adjustments 5-year term in 3 months. But I have a young family, again, for those of you who don't know me, born and raised in Dubuque here. I've got a degree in public administration with an emphasis in policy and planning. I'm currently a partner in an insurance agency in town here, New Eagle Insurance. Goal is kind of to promote development while protecting existing investment. So that's kind of a little bit about who I am. So thank you, guys. Have a great evening.
All right. Thank you, Ben, for your comments. All right. Anyone else? Nothing virtually? Okay. All right. Then we have one appointment to make tonight. Well, 3 actually, for the Human Rights Commission. So we have 3 3-year terms here through January 1st, 2029. We have 3 applicants, Aaron Beatty, Courtney Engvold, and Juan Montgomery. So I think we can do this in one of 2 ways. My suggestion will be that we have one motion appointing all 3 to the 3 open spots. So that's my suggestion, but if there's another council member that would like to do this differently and appoint these separately, then feel free to make a motion either way.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Roussel?
I move to appoint Aaron Beatty, Courtney Engvold, and Juan Montgomery each to a 3-year term on the Human Rights Commission.
Second by Wethel.
I've got a motion by Roussel and a second by Wethel. Adrian, would you call the roll, please?
Wethel.
Aye.
Leyendecker.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0.
We'll move on to public hearings. At this time, anyone participating in the meeting in person who would like to discuss one of the public hearing items, please approach the podium when the mayor asks if there is any in-person input for the public hearing you would like to speak to, and state your name and address. For all remote attendees, please enter your name and address in the chat function and state your question, or state your name and address over the phone when the mayor asks if there's any virtual input for the public hearing you would like to speak to. If more than one participant would like to speak, then city staff will determine the speaking order of the participants. Public hearing number 1 is 2026 Catherine Street Storm Sewer Project Public Hearing.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Wethel.
I move to receive and file and adopt the resolution.
Second by Sprank.
Motion by Wethel, second by Sprink. Mike, please.
Thank you. Assistant City Engineer Bob Schissel is recommending City Council approve the plans, specifications, form of contract, and estimated cost of $250,000 for the 2026 Catherine Street Storm Sewer Project. Properties along Catherine Street have experienced flooding during heavy rainfall events. This is partially a result of the underground storm sewer system on Catherine Street being undersized, minimal storm sewer intake catch basins in the street to capture and convey the storm water, along with shallow curb and gutter along the street which overtops with storm water during heavy rainfall events. I concur with the recommendation and respect for the request Mayor and City Council approval.
Thank you, Mike. Well, we are in a public hearing to consider City Council approve the plan specification, form of contract, and the estimated cost for the 2026 Catherine Street Storm Sewer Project. Do we have anyone here in chambers to address us on this item this evening? Seeing no one here, anyone virtually?
No input.
Okay. All right, back to us for any discussion then. Seeing and hearing none. All right, motion here is to receive and file and adopt this resolution. Adrian, would you call the roll, please?
Wethel.
Aye.
Leindecker.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
That motion passes 7-0.
Public hearing number 2 is 2026 Public Works Asphalt Overlay Program Sidewalk Curb Ramp Project, Bid Package 1, public hearing.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Sprank.
I motion that we receive and file and adopt the resolution.
Second by Wethel.
Motion by Sprank, second by Wethel. Mike, please.
Thank you. Assistant City Engineer Bob Schissel is recommending City Council approve the plans, specifications, form of contract, and construction estimate of $372,000 for the 2026 Public Works Asphalt Overlay Program Sidewalk Curb Ramp Project Bid Package Number 1. The 2026 Public Works Asphalt Overlay Program Sidewalk Curb Ramp Project Bid Package Number 1 will provide for the replacement of 34 access curb ramps, adjacent street pavement work, curb and gutter replacement, sidewalks, 8 storm sewer intakes, and landscape restoration work in coordination with the Public Works Asphalt Overlay Program at the following locations: Maywood Drive from Rosewood Drive to Chrissy Drive for 12 ramps, Glenview Circle from Chrissy Drive to Chrissy Drive for 4 ramps, Kaufman Avenue from John F. Kennedy Road to Martin Drive for 10 ramps, Theta Drive from Gordon Drive to Martin Drive for 8 ramps. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request Mayor and City Council approval.
Thank you, Mike. We are in a public hearing to consider the City Council approve the plan specification and form of contract and the construction estimate for the 2026 Public Works Asphalt Overlay Program Sidewalk Curb Ramp Project. Do we have anyone here in chambers to address us on this item? Seeing nobody here, anyone virtually?
No input.
Thank you both. All right, back to us for any discussion. Can I ask just a simple question? I know that we're doing 2 different bid packages. Can you clarify for me why we're doing them separately? I didn't get I might have just missed it or didn't fully understand, but I just want to know why we're doing 2 bid packages separately.
Good evening. Assistant City Engineer Bob Schissel. The reason we're breaking them up, it's actually going to be 4 bid packages. These are 1 and 2. 3 will be coming the next City Council meeting, and 4 will be the next council meeting after that. But we're doing it in bid packages to coordinate with the Public Works Overlay Program, so that when they start their program, they will be working and targeting certain neighborhoods to start their overlay program first. So we align these bid packages to align with the work that they are going to be doing and the sequence of work that they are kind of anticipating for this coming summer.
Got it. That's helpful, Bob. Thank you. I appreciate that. Any other questions or discussion on this item? All right, motion here is to receive and file and adopt the resolution. Adrian, would you call the roll, please?
Wethel.
Aye.
Leindecker.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0.
Public hearing number 3 is 2026 Public Works Asphalt Overlay Program Sidewalk Curb Ramp Project Bid Package 2 public hearing.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Wethel.
I move to receive and file and adopt the resolution.
Second?
A motion by Wethel, second by Resnick. Mike, please.
Thank you. Assistant City Engineer Bob Schissel is recommending City Council approve this plan, specifications, form of contract, an estimated cost of $89,000 for the 2026 Public Works Asphalt Overlay Program, Sidewalk Curb Ramp Project Bid Package 2. The 2026 Public Works Asphalt Overlay Program Bid Package 2 will provide for the replacement of 10 access curb ramps, adjacent street pavement work, curb and gutter replacement, sidewalks and landscape restoration work, coordination with the Public Works Asphalt Overlay Program at the following location: University Avenue from Pennsylvania Avenue to Loris Boulevard for 10 ramps. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request Mayor and City Council approval.
Thank you, Mike. We're in a public hearing to consider City Council approve the plan specification, form of contract, and estimated cost for the 2026 Public Works Asphalt Overlay Program Sidewalk Curb Ramp Project Bid Package number 2. We have any public input on this item this evening? Seeing none in here. Anyone virtually?
Input.
Back to us then for any discussion. Yeah, Ms. Wethel.
One thing I just was curious about, as this is a second package, this, as I see it then, is the area in which we hope eventually to be able to do additional construction in the years to come. But that is a ways off, and so we must make the investment now rather than simply waiting due to, is it deterioration that cannot last until we make those choices?
Bob Schissel, Assistant City Engineer. The section of University, say between Delhi, Loris, and Pennsylvania, is in really poor shape. We have been holding off on doing any work on that segment of the corridor for a number of years, thinking that the east-west corridor capacity improvements would be coming. So we've been deferring it. But in our opinion, the deterioration is kind of gotten to a point where we need to do something. So yeah, we're proposing to overlay that section this year. So we need to kind of tackle the curb ramps and things like that prior to the overlay work. So if we are successful in getting the bill grant for the east-west corridor improvements, it would still be several years out before any construction would occur. So, it's not money, not well spent.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Any other questions or discussion? For the record, I completely agree with the assessment that you just gave. I think it's definitely time to do this overlay, and I'm glad that we're doing it. I'm actually glad to see it on here tonight. Okay, or at least the curb ramp portion of that on here. All right, motion here is to receive and file and adopt the resolution. Adrian, would you call the roll, please?
Wethel.
Aye.
Leyendecker.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0.
Next is public input. At this time, anyone participating in the meeting may address the City Council on the action items on the agenda or on matters under the control of the City Council. For all in-person attendees, please approach the podium and state your name and address when the mayor asks if there is any in-person input. For all remote attendees, please enter your name and address in the chat function or state your name and address over the phone when the mayor asks if there's any virtual input. If more than one participant would like to speak, then city staff will determine the speaking order of the participants. Individual remarks are limited to 5 minutes, and the overall public input period is limited to 30 minutes. Under the Iowa Open Meetings Law, the City Council can take no formal action on comments given during public input or that do not relate to the action items on the agenda.
All right, what public input do we have this evening?
Excuse me, good evening. Clark Slows, 2925 Burlington Street. It was kind of interesting, the discussion that just occurred on what the maximum you could levy. When I heard $14, pulled out my phone, did a quick calculation. that means my tax bill would have went up 32% total when you count city, county, all the other taxing bodies. And my only response to that is, really? We actually considered that? I can see the headline in the Telegraph Herald tomorrow. City discusses $14 levy rate, even though it was briefly discussed and dropped. That needs to be dropped permanently, in my opinion. The one thing I'll note, I agree with the city's manager, the average home would be 3%. But for us North Enders, Ward 3, homes went up 17.9%. I fall into that trap. My city tax bill is going to go up 16%. My estimate for my total tax bill is going to go up close to 19%. I hope this doesn't become the norm where we're seeing tax increases being 4 or 5 times the rate of inflation. Just doesn't add up. It's not sustainable. How are we supposed to deal with that? And we're just talking taxes. If you look at people who are on Medicare, between Medicare and their supplements, taking a 12% hit. Now, we don't know what the sewer, water, garbage rates are going to be yet, but, in the past, they've been 5 to 8%. So, you guys are looking out for the city. I'm looking out for, my family's budget. And how are rates that are going 4 to 6 times the rate of inflation, how are we supposed to live with that? I think you can understand why people are telling the state legislature something needs to be done about taxes. Don't get hung up on the levy rate. County got stuck on the levy rate because, at the county level, there's the general basic and the rural basic. Well, they said they froze the total tax levy. But for people who live in Dubuque, the city of Dubuque, your tax rate is going up a dime, even though the paper got it wrong and said it was frozen. I kind of joked with the reporter who did the article and saying, you could at least refund the cost of the paper that I bought to read misinformation. Please be accurate. Please be accurate with what's going on tonight. No, there's no $14 levy coming. I mean, if you look at the history of what the levy rates have been, it's kind of interesting to see Mike's projections. He's been pretty good at it. Pleasantly surprised. If you look back at 2026, what he was predicting for 2027, which was 7%, it's coming in at 1%. That's pretty darn good. And in a few years, if you look at what he predicted, the levy rate, out of the last 6 years, I believe 3 of those, it went down. If you're looking at the last 6 fiscal years. So, if people are complaining that the grass is greener somewhere else, just based on the levy rate, it's not. So, can you argue about, the total, the dollars and cents versus the levy? Those are 2 different things. There's 2 sides to the equation, the left side of the equal sign, the right side. Levy and taxable value make up the left, the results are the right. Please be concerned about the results on the right. Was intrigued about the proposal for 0%. Personally, as a taxpayer, geez, I could agree with that. But, being in county government and dealing with budgets, you have to ask, what are we giving up? What specifically are we giving up? And is it worth that 0% or not? It may or may not be. The same for, if we're talking about increasing the maximum levy, what are we gaining? You got to put it in perspective. I did that. If people wanted lower taxes, I said, okay, what are you willing to give up? And if you want to raise it, what are you wanting me to do with it? Give me some examples. Don't just say, I want lower taxes, and, heck with the consequences. You need to know the consequences. So, there's things going around where people are saying, seniors shouldn't pay property taxes. Well, how do you pay for the police department? How do you pay for fire? How do you pay for EMS? I don't want to have to sit there and get those services. Please swipe your card before I give you that service. But, based on what's been happening with discussions in the county, and now just briefly on this levy rate question tonight, I'm about to this close to agreeing with them that seniors shouldn't pay taxes. Haven't been pushed over the edge yet, but I hope I'm not pushed over the edge because we need those services. And if you're not going to pay taxes, then somebody come up with a method on how you're going to provide those services. Don't say, just don't want to pay taxes. Tell me how you're going to pay for those services. And if you can't, well, you know, somebody's got to come up with an answer if we're not going to pay property taxes. It's not I can't believe anybody says their favorite thing is to pay property taxes. If they do, I'd like to meet that person and just see how they think and why they think that way. That's all I got.
All right, thank you, Clark, for your comments. Other public input this evening?
Good evening. My name's Blake Molo of 1995 Creekwood Drive. I'm here to voice my opposition to the consideration of eliminating the primary election nomination process. As seen in national elections, when a third party or with similar beliefs to either of the other participating parties enters into an election, the vote is split between them, and the remaining party handily outperforms the split vote. This typically makes voting out an incumbent much more difficult, when in reality, the majority of the citizens voted for a change in leadership. I also believe that when it comes to cutting spending out of the city's budget, $40,000 every other year for a primary election is a relatively insignificant number compared to the $172 million operating budget for just this year alone. If you split the cost between the 2 years, that's only 0.01% of the city's operational spend. I think that a more thorough dive should be taken into the other cost-saving opportunities that don't also hinder the voting voices of Dubuque citizens. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Blake, for your comments. Others this evening? Do we have anyone virtually?
Written input has been received regarding action item number 7 from the following individuals: Shirley Ramstead, 1824 Keymont Court; Debbie, Dave, and Nick Krug, 2215 Romberg Avenue; Rob McDonald, 3399 Eagle Point Drive; Keith Wolf, 210 Cedar Cross Road; Jean McDonald, 3120 Eagle Point Drive; John Wilson, John and Jody Rydell, 4220 Tanzanite Court; Allie Fuller, Kathy Goodman, 440 Birch Street; and Dan Simon. All have been uploaded to the agenda item.
All right, thank you, Adrian. All right, last call for public input this evening. Yeah, please, come on up. And if it's helpful, there is an adjustment on there to be able to lower that so the mic can come closer to your mouth too, if that helps. Okay. Corey's gonna come and show you the button there.
Hi, I'm Roger Arnstorff, 3935 Creston Street. Is that all the you need? I'm in agreement about we should keep a primary, and the same reasons as I think Mr. Molo said, that it's, if that's not the process, it is more that the incumbent will stay in. And sometimes I think it's time to go. Don't want to pick out anybody personally. The other thing, I agree with Mr. Resnick about 3%, and the other gentleman speaking about cost, taxes, 3%, let's say that's the inflation rate. Well, I'll give that up, I guess, because things get more expensive. But raising our tax rates as citizens above that 3%, and just one item of taxation, raising that 3%, where's the room for people that, don't want to use that statement so much, fixed income, but everything goes up except our income, and I think it shows people's income is not going up over 3%. So asking for more than 3%, or the other side of that coin, asking to borrow more money. Where's the efficiency? Packing plants have to become more efficient, paving companies more efficient, farmers have to be more efficient, city leaders be more efficient. I'm against raising taxes above 3%. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Roger, for your comments. Anyone else?
Keith Lucy, 3065 Huntington Drive. Just making a note also about the primary. I agree with Mr. Molo there as well. It would separate the electorate from the process somewhat. And then if you do have to do this or go this route, you'd still would want to consider the possibility of a runoff election as well, which would have the cost in there as well. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith, for your comments. All right. Seeing no one else here, we can go ahead and move on to action items, please, Adrian.
Action item number 1 is request to rezone rustic point number 2, second reading.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Resnick.
I move to receive and file. I further move that the requirement that a proposed ordinance be considered and voted on for 2 council meetings prior to the meeting at which it is to be finally passed be suspended.
Second.
We got a motion by Resnick, second by Roussel. Mike, am I coming to you for anything on this one, or we just, since it's a second reading, we've already read through this, there is no memo this evening? Right. Okay, thank you very much. All right, any other further discussion on this? Seeing none. All right, motion here is to receive and file and waive the future readings on this.
Mr. Mayor?
Yep. Mr. Resnick.
Quickly, I just want to say that if there's no more discussion about this and people are set in their ways, then this, if we delayed this another 2 weeks for the final and ultimate, then we're not doing anybody any good. A lot of people up here, I think we all know that developers have a calendar that I think should be respected, but whatever happens, happens. But if there's not going to be a discussion, any changing of minds, just to think about that, are we going to delay it just to delay it? That's all I wanted to say. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Resnick. Yep, Ms. Methel.
So getting to yes is a term I've heard in the development community, both as a request and as a critique. But when we say yes to something, we are saying no to something else, and vice versa. I am to be a steward of tax dollars in a fiscally responsible way, and for those here with a voice, but also for those without a voice, those most vulnerable, those that don't yet live in Dubuque, but I sure hope one day they will. I believe this is a good yes. I believe it's a good yes because it serves our population in an incredible need, which is housing, and housing that meets the needs of the community now. That always means I'm saying no to someone else, and that's not always easy. But in this case, I continue to say yes. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Methel. Mr. Staley.
Yeah, I would just say to the timeline point, I think the developer here said that he doesn't even know if it's economically feasible for him to do this, number one. I think I had an incredible reach out from folks thanking me for protecting, their current zoning, and this isn't a blanket. I'm not, for rezoning things in any way. I think, these, particular lots are not going to make a huge impact either way on, the total available units. My estimation of what I saw was a pretty strong, opposition to the people that would be impacted most. And I think that's why I would stick with my original. And I don't think it puts the contractor back because, like I said, he already said he doesn't know. it's even feasible. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Staver. Yeah, Mr. Landecker.
Mr. Mayor, and this might be for Mr. Wordemont, is last council meeting, I asked the question about how many units were on the market from townhomes, and I don't know if we have that answer yet.
It works. There we go. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Wally Wernemott. So yes, I did check on that, so I had to answer for you. I did reach out to the Board of Realtors, the multiple listing services today, because I knew I was hoping you'd ask that question. So I just sit down in the audience, wait for it. So when they calculate, they look at the number of units that are available. So this is attached single-family townhome development. They look at the Dubuque area, and when they calculate the Dubuque area, they look at the city of Dubuque, Asbury, Piasta, Zwingle, all the other surrounding communities in this multiple property listing. And for attached single-family home development, there's only 11 units on the market right now, and 9 of them inside the corporate limits of the city of Dubuque. 2 of them in Rustic Point and 2 in South Point. Some of the other ones are located on Duggan Drive, some other areas of the city. So only 9 single-family attached dwelling units. So that's a half a duplex or a half of a townhouse. So only 9 units are on the market currently, active.
So if I heard you right, there's 9 units within this specific development that's on the market of the same product type?
So actually, the entire Dubuque area. So Piasta, Asbury, City of Dubuque, Zwingle, Sherrill, I mean, all the surrounding community areas. So there's only 9 units in the entire Dubuque area, or 11 in the entire Dubuque area, 9 inside the corporate limits, 2 available currently in Rustic Point and 2 in South Point.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Other questions or discussion on this item? For my part, I'll say that I also, my vote will be the same tonight. I think this is appropriate zoning for this particular neighborhood. I think it's appropriate ask for this particular need right now. So that's where I'll be landing on this one this evening. Okay. All right, well, the motion here right now is to receive and file and waive the remaining readings. Adrian, would you call the roll, please?
Wethel.
Aye.
Leindecker.
Nay.
Resnick.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
Nay.
So that motion fails by a vote of 5-2.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Resnick.
I move second consideration and passage of the ordinance.
Second by Wethel.
I got a
In that case, it would just be second reading.
second reading, yeah.
Excuse me, I move second reading.
Thank you. So that's a motion for second reading. Ms. Wethel, you still second? Okay.
am,
Got a motion by Resnick, a second by Wethel. Any further discussion? All right, Adrian, would you call the roll, please?
Wethel.
Aye.
Leindecker.
Nay.
Resnick.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
Nay.
All right, that motion passes 5-2.
Action item number 2 is 2026 Build Capital Grant Application, East-West Corridor Capacity Improvements Project, approved grant application submission.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Resnick.
I move to receive and file and adopt the resolution.
Second by Wethel.
Motion by Resnick, second by Wethel. Mike, please.
Thank you. City Engineer Gus Ahoyas and Assistant City Engineer Bob Schissel are recommending City Council adopt the attached resolution retroactively approving the filing of the application with the U.S. Department of Transportation for a 2026 Build Capital Grant application to assist with funding for the proposed East-West Corridor Capacity Improvements Project. With the planning level cost estimate established, staff will work with Finance and Budget Department staff to develop a proposed capital improvement program budget for the fiscal year 2027 through fiscal year 2030 to identify and program funding to cover the $4.1 million in local match funding that's required. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request Mayor and City Council approval.
All right, thank you, Mike. Well, I think this is how these projects get done, is we have to get big grants like this from the federal government to be able to do something as big as the East-West Corridor project. And the Build Grant is what used to be the RAISE Grant. It was originally called the Build Grant. Before there was a Tiger Grant. It changes kind of like every single, I think that I pretty much got that right too. But this is what we need to be able to do. So we're going to continue to build that partnership with our federal government, particularly the Department of Transportation. In fact, working on getting a meeting to talk to them in a few weeks. I know when I go out to Washington, D.C. for the National League of Cities Conference, along with Anderson Sansey, our Director of Strategic Partnerships, and Terry Goodman, our former Director of Strategic Partnerships, to be able to work on something like this. And that's how I think we need to make sure that we do this. So I'm hoping that we wouldn't have any argument about this, but I'm obviously open to discussion. But this is these grants are incredibly important for infrastructure projects in cities all across the country, but especially cities like ours. So really looking forward to being able to move this forward. We made a hard push for this project in particular during the goals and priorities session this past August. And you know, the neighbors and businesses that are in this area are so ready for this project to move forward. So I'm glad that we're making this application, and I sure hope that we have a competitive proposal as we move it forward. Other questions or discussion? All right, seeing none. Okay, motion here is to receive and file and adopt this resolution. Adrian, would you call the roll, please?
Wethel,
Aye.
Leindecker,
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0.
Action item number 3 is Levi and Sullivan Storm Sewer Extension Project Award Public Improvement Contract.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Sprank.
I motion that we receive and file and adopt the resolution.
Second by Wethel.
Motion by Sprank, second by Wethel. Mike, please.
Thank you. City Engineer Gus Sahoyas is recommending City Council award the public improvement contract for the Levy and Sullivan Storm Sewer Extension Project to Temporally Excavating, the amount of $121,459.75, which is slightly below the engineer's estimate. In addition, the City Council is requested to approve the necessary transfer of funds to complete this project as outlined in the upcoming Budget Amendment Number 2. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request Mayor and City Council approval.
Thank you, Mike. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none. Motion here is to receive and file, adopt the resolution. Adrian, would you call the roll, please?
Wethel,
Aye.
Leindecker,
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Action item number 4 is 7800 Chavanel Building Remodel Project Award Public Improvement Contract.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Resnick.
I move to receive and file and adopt the resolution.
Second by Sprank.
Motion by Resnick, second by Sprank. Mike, please.
Thank you. Assistant City Engineer Bob Schissel and Chief Financial Officer Jennifer Larson recommending the City Council award the public improvement construction contract for the 7800 Chavanel Building Remodel Project to Portland Construction, the amount of $441,000, which is 21.4% below the revised estimate of probable cost. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request Mayor and City Council approval.
Thank you, Mike. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none on this item. Motion is to receive and file, adopt the resolution. Adrian, would you call the roll, please?
Wethel.
Aye.
Leindecker.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0.
Action item number 5 is Smart Parking and Mobility Management Plan, Pay-by-Plate Multi-Space Meter System Request to Distribute RFP.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Russell.
I move to receive and file and approve.
Second.
And a motion by Russell, second by Resnick. Mike, please.
Thank you. Director of Transportation Services Ryan Nucky is recommending City Council approval to distribute a request for proposals to find a vendor to replace our outdated on-street meters in the downtown area and install equipment for our surface lots as part of the Smart Parking and Mobility Management Plan Development and Implementation Project. The guiding principles developed for the Smart Parking and Mobility Management Plan development include parking is a key ingredient for keeping the downtown economically viable. Parking needs to be a partnership between the public and private sectors. Fair and accessible mobility solutions are one of the core components of a community's livability because it provides access to living wage jobs, healthcare services, quality education, cultural institution, and recreation opportunities. Parking access and any updated policies need to meet the needs of a diverse group of users. Parking must be fully integrated with transit and other forms of transportation system mobility in order to maximize efficiencies and customer experience.
Parking and transportation mobility is not free, and an updated revenue fee structure needs to be established. Parking and mobility solutions need to utilize the most up-to-date technology and must be simple to use and manage across all platforms. To the maximum extent feasible, parking and subsequent modes of travel to final points of destination must feel safe for customers. A business strategy that works in a post-pandemic environment needs to be developed. The parking department estimates the PBP MSM system will cost $1.9 million, depending on proposals submitted. Funds will come from the Smart Parking System Capital Improvement Project. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request Mayor and City Council approval.
Thank you, Mike. Discussion.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Resnick.
I was hoping Mr. Nucky would be able to come up and tell our residents about what he's been doing with this, because it's planned a long time for this, and it's going to be very important to our residents. It's just look at all these bullet points and what Mr. Van Milligan was talking about. It's really important for our community, and I'd like for them to hear about it.
Ryan Nucky, Director, is this one on? Ryan Nucky, Director of Transportation Services. Great question. We started this plan out and we focused on the ramps to start. The current time we have 6 of the 7 ramps completed, all brand new technology in them. It's been up and running for about a little less than a month now. We did a very big phased approach. We have to do a phased approach because we have limited staff, and if I did a complete Big Bang Theory, I would not have enough staff to manage the phone calls, the knowledge, and the teaching ability that we would have, we'll put it that way. Russ Deckline and his staff spent a lot of time in the ramps early in the morning, helping people get in and out, get acclimated to the new systems. With that, now that we have the ramps completed and we're freeing up some labor, we're moving into the on-street and our mobile LPR, which will be coming as the next action item. I want to stress this is completely different than the ramps. The ramps are a lot of concrete. We're not moving a lot of the ramps. We're not moving a lot of the entry lanes. The on-street and the mobile LPR is a very fluid system that needs to work together. So I want to stress tonight, I'm asking to release an RFP. I'm not here to purchase anything. I'm here to release RFP, to have vendors come back to the city of Dubuque and tell us what they can do for us. Now, there are so many approaches out there right now that we can look at. One would be, as we have the RFP, we have to write the RFP to something. It's built towards a kiosk system. That would be a multi-pay option for individuals to use when they park. Other cities around the Midwest, especially in Iowa, have mobile apps, QR codes, smart meters. Some cities still have basic meters like we have. Kiosk systems. There are certain areas of other cities that have just gone to completely a mobile app, as in no way to pay for cash or with cash. We want to have the ability to have vendors come to us, give us these opportunities for us to look at, because we have to make sure operationally we can handle it with the staff we have. It's going to work in our fluid downtown area, but it also has to be financially sustainable for the city of Dubuque. There's a lot of really nice options out there that we can move forward with, but when you see the actual final price tag with the software fees and licensing fees, it is something that I would have to come back to the city manager with a pretty large increase in my overall cost. So as we move forward with the pay-by-plate system, along with the mobile LPR system, we have those both set up to go out together, because we want them to be integrated together as we move forward in our approach. Some cities have gone with a time limitation system, and they're very few and far between in the Midwest, but that is something that we can also look at. And to do that, we would have to have a technology to regulate that, and that's where the mobile LPR system is important, that we integrate that with our potential future on-street technology.
Great, thank you. And just some of the things that you said remind me that Mr. Van Milligan did say ease of use.
Correct.
Right,
Correct.
and that's for all people in Dubuque. And I do think that cash is legal tender, and hopefully that they can use their cash to park. I know not everybody has that option of just going cashless. Like, I mean, some stores are like that. Some retail stores are, card only. But anyway, so you're going to consider all that, look at the prices, and you've already described somewhat what you're looking for, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to release this.
Correct. In the RFP, it is based on a kiosk system, which a kiosk system would be able to take multiple different payments, including cash. We don't want to just restrict it to that. We want to have it open so mobile apps come to us also and say, hey, we can install your mobile app. Here's the QR codes you'd utilize. Here's how the fee structure would work. So we have an idea on how that would be built out. We did the same thing in our ramps where we have it set up now that, yes, to enter, exit the ramps, you can use your Prox cards if you hold a permit. To exit the ramps, you can pay with credit cards upon exit. But we still let the cash option in the ramps at the pay-on-foot stations for people to utilize. The reason we put it in the ramps and not at the exits is to keep the ramps more fluid so people flow out the gates. But we also put the LPR system in the ramp for license plates. As people come in the ramps, if their license plate's on file, they flow through the ramps, and upon exit, we don't have 15 or 20 cars piling up. It's a very fluid system on the way out, as long as people are going the correct speed. Sometimes we get people going a little faster than they need to go.
Thank you. So at the cash station, can you get a card that you can put money on, cash on, and you get a card that you could just show the machine and go through? Can you buy?
When you go to the pay-on-foot station, you have the option to pay with credit card or with cash, and then it prints out a QR code. As you go out the ramp, you scan your QR code, and it lets you out. It gives you a QR code as a receipt.
Right. There's no separate card that you could get like some big cities, I know. All right. Well, thank you. This is going to be exciting, and a lot of people are talking about parking downtown. It's a big topic, and Mr. Staver and I were at a meeting together, and they were talking about smart parking and what are the possibilities. So looking forward to what information you can gather and give to us. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Staver.
So for me, there's been kind of a, well, let me start. I was saying, I met Ryan in January, mid-January, had a really nice long conversation. I really enjoyed seeing the facility, and I kind of talked about some of this stuff then. And my question then was, essentially, do the tickets and meters pay for the service currently? And I think the answer came back as essentially it's a wash. So we don't really make any revenue off of the meters.
So when we're talking about tickets, we have tickets and meters set separately in the budget. If we're looking at the tickets that our parking enforcement team writes, they are potentially a wash when it comes down to it. And then the meters are set by themselves, and there is revenue generated from the meters, yes.
Okay. And what is the revenue?
The revenue, after you look at expenses, is going to come out to about anywhere, and this is an estimate, I don't have hard numbers in front of me, around $300,000 to $425,000 a year.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Sure, Mike, yeah.
if I could add something to that. That makes it sound like we make money on that program, but we don't make money on parking, because to build all these parking lots and ramps is very expensive, and the debt is mostly paid by the downtown tax increment financing fund. This revenue source doesn't even come close to paying the debt.
Okay. Well, so there's been kind of a long, ongoing conversation amongst folks in Dubuque, especially in the downtown corridor, business-related. Do we even need the meters? And it's, meter versus no meter is the question. And are they really necessary to accomplish the same goal? And, I think before we spend or look to spend almost $2 million on meters, I think a deep dive on the possibility of, there being, a time-restricted area with signs, with heavy fines. So if we're looking, like David said, in the spirit of trying to, be conservative this year rather than raise tax, I mean, there's $1.9 million right there. I think the deep dive would be, to figure out, is there a sign system where we could have heavier fines, make it complaint-based? So, one of the benefits to that would be, metered parking that isn't, high turnover or even, needed to be metered because there's no need for it. Could be utilized by citizens. It doesn't sound like there's ever been a real discussion about meters versus no meters. I know there's been a deep, and I understand I'm coming in on the tail end of a longer conversation. It's just something that's always been, kind of that downtown core business question. It didn't seem like there was ever a real conversation between meters versus no meters. It's, what's the best type of meter has always been the conversation.
This is a very good point, and I do want to talk to this. I'm going to ask Russ to walk up here, and he's going to give me a little bit of history background when COVID was going on throughout Dubuque. But I want to bring up the fact that in my opening remarks, I brought up we're running these concurrent. So we have the on-street or the pay-by-plate RFP that we're going to send out, but we're also going to send out the mobile LPR, which is the next action item. We're running them concurrent because if we did look at a time limit system, I would still somehow have to enforce that or regulate that, as I want to say it. And at the current system I have, I don't have a way to do that. Mm-hmm. And I know we could base it on a complaint setup, and a lot of people have mentioned, well, every 24 hours, it's storage of vehicles. But somebody is going to have to manage that, and I don't have a way to do that at the current time. And I know our police department they don't have someone that can manage that also at the current time. So this is why we're running both these RFPs together. So when I come back to City Council, I can say, hey, we looked at these options, and we believe that time restrictions may be a very good system for these areas in the downtown. And we want these areas of the downtown to be set up with a kiosk system or just a mobile app. So we're not ruling out time restrictions. We just don't have the system to regulate it at the current time that we could turn it on tomorrow. I do want Russ Steckline to talk about the impact when COVID was going on and we didn't have meter enforcement out there. I came in on the tail end of that, and I was part of some of the conversations, but Russ can kind of give you a better historic look at what happened when we quit enforcing meters and charging for them.
Evening, Russ Steckline, Operations Supervisor, Transportation Services, Your Honor and Council. It was a very interesting time during the COVID pandemic. The initial information that was coming out to us, it was possibly a touch contaminant before they started this 6-foot thing, staying away from each other, things like that. So we made a determination at that point to stop requiring people to put change in meters. We weren't going to go out and collect that change, just not sure of how that whole contamination stuff was going on. So very interesting time. So we stopped enforcing meters. We actually opened up the parking ramps eventually, and it turned out to be, I think, a very eye-opening experience for us and a lot of the businesses in the downtown. Prior to that COVID, I actually was approached several different times by several different business owners about that concept of what if I got a bunch of the businesses, and one example was in the Millwork District. We hate our customers getting tickets when they're in trying to have pizza or some beers and just having an enjoyable evening. Could we get together as a group of business owners, eliminate the meters, and we would pay a fee to offset that revenue? And kind of explained it's not really a revenue generation thing, it's much more a turnover concept. And what we discovered during COVID, when we stopped collecting meters, stopped fining people and just had people park, a lot of our downtown businesses above them have residences. A lot of the bigger employers in the downtown area have hundreds of people that come to work every day, and what we discovered right away was that a lot of the residents weren't going to park in the parking ramp anymore. And the employees that parked on the 3rd or 4th level at one of our ramps, at the far end of that ramp, and had to walk 2 blocks to go to work, decided, why can't I just park right out in front? Because there's no meter enforcement, no reason to move. So within probably 2 to 3 weeks of that all starting, I was getting calls from many of the business owners saying, this is not good, you need to start enforcing again. And we weren't doing that because, again, the touch contamination, so we didn't do it. Then we started getting calls from some of the, like Dubuque Main Street personnel that was getting requests from restaurants. Quite a few restaurants in the downtown were still open for carryout business, and we're saying, I'm doing pizzas for people, but they have to park 4 blocks away because all the people that live in the apartments above us are just taking up all the street spaces, and the people that are coming to work are taking the spots right in front of our businesses and not moving all day because they're at work. So that was the experience that we kind of ran into, and we started doing some meter bag things for pickups only. We put them out in front of some of the businesses, some of the different places that requested that, and we marked on those meter bags for pickup only, and then we would enforce those violations if people were parked in that all day and not allowing the pickup. So then I was approached after all of that sort of ended by a lot of the business owners saying, boy, I understand now why we have this meters and the requirement for that to get turnover, so you keep people moving. I get new customers coming into the store, and I don't have people that are working in the downtown and living in the downtown just camped out in front of my business all day.
Yeah, I guess I would say, for sure, I'm not suggesting we don't have time restrictions and enforce time restrictions. I've got a business that has apartments above it, luckily I'm not metered there, but I also have, another property that is metered and a business down below. And yeah, I mean, that would be a nightmare. But, as the business owner, it would take very, 1 or 2 fines of somebody, parking there for them to figure out they can't park there. If there's a steep fine, she knows, I mean, as a business owner, the apartments above, their cars and you would be monitoring that yourself. That's what I meant by complaint-based. But I'm certainly not suggesting I have the answer for the system. I just know that there's got to be a system, or that potentially there is. And if ever there's a time to look at it, I feel like now's the time. Before we implement almost $2 million in kiosks. I mean, I think the kiosk system, has some pros and cons too, that will be a challenge. When I was talking to some businesses, they talked about, the elderly have real issues, and, a kiosk system can create an additional walking to get to it, and then back to the, I think overall, my biggest concern, like when me and David were speaking on it before, is, helping the downtown businesses and getting this additional barrier to the customer, to getting the customer to their door, is the overall goal, while still accomplishing the number one goal, which is turnover of the parking. So, I mean, I guess what I'm asking for, and I don't know how to say this, Krena, maybe you can help me, basically to, I don't know what the right terminology is, to table it for further discussion or create a work session about it.
So it would depend on whether you had a particular date in mind, or whether you were wanting it to be tabled essentially indefinitely.
Definitely not indefinitely, like as soon as possible.
So then it would probably be more of a postpone until a particular date or meeting. So it would, if that's what you were interested in doing, you could put forth a motion to postpone it for discussion at the first or second meeting of like whatever month.
Well, and maybe, putting this out now still would have to be approved Is that, so maybe that's the time to do that?
Well, could I actually make a suggestion, Mr. Staver? I might suggest that, so I've appreciated this conversation, but, you know, I'd like to hear from maybe the other council members too, before you make any motion, so that way we could actually have some more discussion on the item, and we might come to a different conclusion, or you might stay with the same conclusion. You're still welcome to make whatever motion you like.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll turn to, let's go to Mr. Sprank. I haven't heard from him.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ryan, remind me, what was that study that we did about 2-3 years ago about the need for all this?
Correct.
We might need to get that sent back out to all of us again, because I don't have it in front of me, but that might help refresh the new folks' memory. That's my suggestion, because there was a study as to why we need the parking and such, so.
So I do want to reference this. Again, the RFPs being released is not us buying anything. It's me going out and getting more information from vendors on what they could do for our city. And I know Councilmember Staver brought up, maybe we go with a meter system. And I know the RFP shows a kiosk system, but we have to give them a general idea. If there are multiple meter companies out there with smart meters that are going to come back and look at our project for sure. They already have a map of what our meters look like downtown, and that's why we built a kiosk system so people can look at, hey, what would that look like in the city of Dubuque? Along with that, action item number 6 is the mobile LPR. That's going, when I come back with that information, that's going to let us know on these time regulated spaces. Because as I stated earlier, we can't manage them at the current time. If that was something that city council wanted to do at that time, we'd have to figure out a operational change and how we're going to do that. So I just want to make those statements.
Mr. Sprank, you got any further?
No, I just know we've been talking about this for 3+ years, and I know we've been budgeted for this to do this, so I'm glad it's finally moving forward. I get it, parking always is a problem. Some people don't like it, but I'm glad to hear Mr. Steckline's story of what happened when we didn't have any enforcement, how it caused chaos, and clearly we need to keep that in check. So I'm all right with everything, so thank you.
Can I just follow up real quick on something Mr. Sprank said? How long has we did the parking and mobility management study is what I remember it being called. Is that correct? How long has that been going on? Because we've talked about that with Walker Consultants and all the things. You've come before us a few times.
I believe it's right around 2.5 years we've been working on this.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that clarification. Other discussion? Ms. Russell, and then I'll come to you, Mr. Resnick.
Ryan, I wondered if you could remind us, did that study include discussions with the downtown businesses? I know it was really in-depth. Just remind us on that.
Yes, there was multiple core engagement meetings that happened in the downtown area where Walker did a lot of public input. There's a public survey that went out to the downtown area. I believe we had about 1,000 replies to the survey. So it was a pretty robust outreach to see input as needed.
And I wondered, could we get another copy of that, or is that a document in itself?
So we have that document. It's not, I'd say about 85–90% put together. This is something that we want to get moving forward on. So when we finalize that study, we know the technology we have to move forward in that study. Because I don't want to come with a study today saying this is what we're looking at, but then we don't have technology to back up what we want to do moving forward.
That makes sense. Thanks for that update.
Mr. Resnick.
Very quickly, as I understand what you said is that you're getting more information that will help us make decisions.
Correct.
These are prices and options, and Mr. Staver will actually see that you've considered many of the things he said, and we will consider them anew, afresh. With these, now we've got numbers with them, and so you may be late to the party, but the party's still going strong, and we haven't decided anything to do yet because you're still on this years-long process, which is very important, and you're taking the time and being serious about it, and now you're coming to us with all the information we've gathered, plus possibilities as far as costs and things.
That's correct.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Wethel, go ahead.
This is an adjacent conversation, but Russ, while we've got you, I want to ask you. During COVID and the experience that you describe in those weeks, I guess it was past maybe storm clearing and those kind of things, but oftentimes I'll share that I tell my kids, when you pay a parking ticket, you're paying for somebody in the middle of winter to clear that spot at 2 a.m. I think it's really important to talk about all of the services that we're able to do in specifically the winter months, as it relates to making sure that certain sides of the street do not have someone parking there and such. So I don't know if there was any, based on timing of the year, I don't know that there was any experience with that in COVID and parking. But when vehicles sit, they don't move and we can't clear the spots for weather.
And that is correct. And we started the discontinuation of the meters and stuff. I think it was right at the beginning of, or maybe it was the end of April.
Okay.
So we didn't have the experience with that, but we did have experience with the, the street cleaning that's normally done. Some vehicles didn't get moved, but that enforcement was still completed at night. Tickets were still being written for alternate side and such. And I would just like, if I could, address one more thing real quick for Mr. Staver's recommendation. I did meet with, probably 5 or 6 years ago, with a company that came to Dubuque and was suggesting something like he's talking about, a time thing where they used cameras to, and this was on parking lots in particular at that time, but they had cameras set up on the parking lots that when a car came in, it got time stamped and recorded, and if it didn't leave within a certain time, then it had to start paying a fee at a kiosk that was provided for that, and then it could be issued a fine if it didn't pay it in time. That company may come into Dubuque during this RFP process and do a proposal for us. Just remember, it was quite expensive for all the cameras that had to be put in place and such, but that may be a company that we do get proposals from and we may very well look at. So it's a good idea that you have, and that would be a timestamp type thing, that the cameras would be placed all over, because they said they could do streets, parking ramps, parking lots, everything. So that's something we will obviously take a look at if we get that type of proposal in.
Okay, yep.
Can I
Yeah,
ask
you still
one
have
more
floor. Yeah,
question?
go for it.
And so as we have the RFP process move forward for both of you, I would hope then that as you speak about the cost and maintenance is my concern, because we know maintenance of our parking is an important piece of it. That's kind of why we're here, where we're at today. But as part of the RFP process, to request that long-term maintenance estimates, those will be part of the RFP process as well. Would that be true?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes, very
Thank
much
you.
so. Thank you.
And I will point out too something else, that I think is really important in this. I'm looking at your memo of the timeline that you basically have for a schedule here. If we do this RFP tonight, then you can issue that and we can move forward, but you're not intending to get submissions. There's no deadline until the 8th of April is what you've got written down. And your budget hearing is sometime in April. I mean, it's right around that same time. And you're going to be able to come to us and say to us, maybe answer some of these questions that we've had tonight. Give us a reminder of what the study has been up to this point for the last few years. Help us understand what has been looked at, what hasn't. So we have a better understanding of that as we go through this RFP process. I see no reason not to do them at the same time. Why not put it out for RFP and then also have this discussion at the same time? Because then we can actually, if we do decide to go in this different direction and you have some interesting proposals to share with us when they finally come our way, we've got that opportunity, and the discussion is kind of a fuller discussion in that way.
In my opinion, I believe this is going to create a work session with council for sure. We did this with the parking ramps also, where we came to city council, did a work session, discussed the rates that we were going to do in the ramps and how that was going to be set up, and the technology we were going to move forward with, and we invited Walker down, and that was a great meeting where you guys could ask us a ton of questions. We could walk through what we wanted to do moving forward. That's how I foresee this going. In discussion with Mike, Mike wants to make sure, City Manager Van Milligan, he wanted to make sure you guys were the ones that were pretty much making the decision on this. So when I come back, which we'll probably establish a work session, we will have the different types of proposals that A, are financially going to work for the city, but B, give us the best opportunity of what we have, and then that will be an open discussion that we can sit down and go through what we're looking at that time. During our budget discussion, these funds for this are already set aside. I will gladly do a quick slide over them, but I believe this is something we'd be better off to set into a work session coming up in the next month or two to discuss this fully.
Are you suggesting that we still move forward with this, though?
Yes.
Right now, you're still requesting this RFP?
Yes.
Okay.
I would very much so like to move forward with this for the mere fact, then we can have the proposals come in, we can have the pricing come in, and when I come to that work session, I can outline the top proposals that we want you guys to look at, discuss, and come back to me with questions so I can go back to those vendors and clarify what you guys have questions on still.
Okay. Very helpful, very clear, thank you. Yeah, Mr.
I just
Stegman.
want to clarify that, I'm not suggesting we get away with, ticketing people for being on the wrong side of the road during snow or not taking people at all. What I'm suggesting, I think the big thing I'm saying is that there's a free grace period on your initial park, just to promote people using business downtown and to, make that experience less stressful and less, problematic.
So I will discuss that real quick. We did that on all of the parking ramps now. All of our parking ramps has a free 15-minute grace period, and we see people pulling them, park their vehicle, run across the street to the coffee shop, get their coffee, come back, get in the ramp, and away they go. So yes, that is something that will be discussed. But again, I have to have the technology to know what that technology can do to come to you guys and say, hey, this is the ability of this. And when I came to you, City Council with Amano McGann, I was able to research front and back what that system did, and now we have that currently running. Whereas right now, I do want the RFPs released if possible. That way, we can have the vendors come to us with their proposals. We can put the proposals together, and we feel that's going to be the best match for the city, not only financially, but fluidly. And then we'll come set a work session to discuss on what we feel is the best thing to move forward with.
Any other discussion? All right. So the motion here on the table is to receive and file and approve the distribution of this RFP. So with that, Adrian, if you'd call the roll, please.
Wethel.
Aye.
Liondecker.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh. Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0. Thank you both for the discussion, too. Sorry, Adrian.
Action item number 6 is Smart Parking and Mobility Management Plan, Mobile License Plate Recognition System, request to distribute RFP.
Mr. Mayor, I move to receive and file and approve.
Second.
Motion by Resnick, second by Wethel. Mike, please.
Thank you. Director of Transportation Services Ryan Nucky is recommending City Council approval to distribute a request for proposals to secure a vendor for mobile license plate recognition enforcement system for parking enforcement officers as part of the Smart Parking and Mobility Management Plan Development and Implementation Project. The scope of the RFP requires smart parking and mobility systems that serve the downtown Dubuque area, which will be economically sustainable for the city, balanced with improving downtown business vitality. The parking department estimates the mobile LPR system will cost $150,000, depending on proposals submitted. Funds will come from the Smart Parking System Capital Improvement Project. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request Mayor and City Council approval.
Thank you, Mike. Any further discussion on this item? We talked a lot about this item in the last item, so. Okay, seeing no further discussion, the motion here is to receive and file and approve. Adrian, would you call the roll, please?
Wethel.
Aye.
Liondecker.
Aye.
Resnick. Roussel. Aye. Kavanaugh. Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0.
Action item number 7 is consideration of changes to the city's election nomination process.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Roussel.
I move to receive and file and discuss at council.
Second.
Motion by Roussel, second by Resnick. Adrian, please.
Iowa Code Section 376.3 requires candidates for city office to be nominated through a process that includes a primary election unless the city adopts an alternative nomination method by ordinance. The city of Dubuque has historically used the primary process, which is triggered when more than twice the number of candidates file for a position. State law provides two alternative nomination processes in Chapters 44 and 45. Chapter 44 relies on conventions and caucuses and is therefore not recommended for municipalities. Most cities that do not hold primaries use the Chapter 45 nomination by petition method. All other municipalities within Dubuque County utilize Chapter 45 as their nomination process. Under Chapter 45, candidates in a municipality the size of Dubuque must submit at least 75 signatures of eligible electors of the city or ward to appear on the ballot for the November city election. If the City Council chooses to adopt Chapter 45 as the nomination process, it must also decide whether to include a runoff provision in the ordinance. If a runoff provision is included, any race in which no candidate receives a single majority in the city election, meaning at least one vote more than 50% of the total votes cast, would require a runoff 4 weeks later. The runoff would include the top vote getters up to twice the number of open seats. If the City Council chooses not to include a runoff provision, the candidates receiving the highest number of votes would be elected to each term. Primary elections are significantly more expensive for the city because the city bears the full cost, whereas the November election cost is shared with the Dubuque Community School District since it is a combined city-school election. If the City Council chose the Chapter 45 nomination process and included a runoff provision, the costs of a runoff would be comparable to a primary. And in the memo, I did include a table that summarizes the most recent costs of primary elections compared to city school elections. Just quickly outlining, in 2021, the primary election that year cost $34,132.83, whereas the general city school election cost $8,574.55. In 2023, a primary election was not required. The cost of the general city school election that year was $13,924.61. And then in 2025, the primary election cost was $39,982.35. And the general city school election cost was $18,334.06. Based on these costs, eliminating the primary provision and adopting a Chapter 45 nomination process without a runoff could save the city nearly $40,000 every other fiscal year, in addition to potential savings anytime a special election is required to fill a vacancy. This memo is intended to provide background for a discussion on whether to consider a change to the city's nomination process. If the council wishes to proceed with the Chapter 45 nomination process, they must determine whether to include a runoff provision. If City Council decides to alter the current nomination process, staff would then prepare an ordinance for future consideration. Adoption of an ordinance is required for the Dubuque County Elections Office to formally confirm and administer any nomination method other than the primary process.
Thank you, Adrian. Well, I'll kick this one off. So first of all, we had a lot of people reach out to us about this. So we've heard some tonight and definitely appreciated those comments this evening. Have appreciated a lot of the feedback that we've received from this. Most of it has been very helpful and very positive. There has been a touch of not so helpful. There was one respondent, for example, who said, whoever is pushing this does not want two more candidates like Mr. Leindecker or Mr. Staver taking office, shifting any kind of mythical majority on the council. They know we are coming after them in 2027, and this is their response. We need to back way up. I mean, way up. That's in no way, shape, or form what this discussion is about. So anybody who's thinking that right there, just slow down and step back and take a breath, because this is actually not about this at all. Frankly, I got to be honest, I'm a little surprised that so many people reached out saying that they really want to keep this primary. Most of the feedback that I've received up to this point, since the moment I ran for council, was the opposite. And in fact, our local newspaper, the Telegraph Herald, pretty much every time there is a primary, prints an editorial that says, why are we having this primary? This is not a good idea. It wastes money. It wastes time. The turnout is terrible. And they've made that argument over and over again. And I have to be honest, when I've been running as a candidate and going out and seeing the things that we talking to people that were going through this process and thinking about voting, most people are asking the same question of why do we have a primary? And to the point of Mr. Leindecker and Mr. Staver, let me just point out, I think we've had very pleasant conversations at this table. I have no feelings that you shouldn't be here. You were elected by the people, and I appreciate the fact that we've had these really good discussions. So I think it's important to recognize that none of this is not a political discussion. This is a process discussion. So I hope that as we have it tonight, we can make it a process discussion, because that's all it is. The way this came about, I think it's important to say out loud that the way this came about is the city manager doing his job, ask each department to say, is there a way we could be saving money in each department as we go through this budget process? It's a question that I don't know if you ask every year, Mike, but you asked it this year. And our city clerk, Adrienne Breitfelder, who is in charge of this process in her office, came forward and said, well, this is something that we've heard, that maybe we could lose this primary system and instead move to a system that works much better than that. Frankly, a runoff system would be really the only option in my mind that we should even be discussing. The idea that somebody would be elected with less than 50% of the vote makes zero sense to me, and I don't think we should even talk about it, but we can if somebody wants to. But just a couple things. So when I did get all this feedback today, or in these last few days, because I hadn't really done all this work, but today I went and looked at this because I was just curious what the actual turnout was. In 2019, we had a primary in wards 3 and 4. The turnout for the primary was 7%. The winners in the primary both won the general election by a large margin in this case, both over 70%. In February and March of 21, we had a primary again. 8.3% voter turnout for just a Ward 1 primary. That the winner of the primary won once again in the general election. October of 21, primary turnout of 10.48%. This one was for mayor and at large. And again, we had winners in the primary who once again went on to win in the general election. March 22, primary of 8.1% voter turnout. Again, winner in the primary went on to win in the general. October of this past year, the primary turnout was the highest it's been since that time I was talking about, 13.41%. But once again, the winners of the primary went on to win in the general election. It's been suggested that maybe that somehow this benefits incumbents. I'd love to hear more about that argument, but I don't think I buy that argument necessarily. I think it's important to note that only 2 of these general elections would have resulted in a runoff, the ones that I listed out there. And the results would have turned out essentially exactly as the primary results did. So I think it's arguable that this could actually increase voter turnout if we focus on a general election with a runoff rather than having a primary, because the primary turnout has been abysmal. I mean, it's just been abysmal. So that's the conversation that we're having here. And I think that we should talk about it. Personally, I don't feel completely married to this, to this idea of changing it. I don't feel married to the idea of keeping it. I will tell you that, frankly, as a candidate, I have felt badly about the fact that essentially what we have gotten as candidates in the primaries is a very expensive taxpayer-funded poll that tells us how we're doing. That's really what the primary turns out to be. And it just sort of says, like, okay, you're doing pretty well, this is where you are, or you're not doing so well, you got to step it up for the next month, Maybe there's a benefit to that. I don't know. I think we need to discuss it, but I don't think that this should be left off the table as a discussion point, because I don't think it's a political discussion. I think it's actually a discussion of what is the best opportunity for us as a city. Most other cities, is this accurate, Adrienne and Krenna? Most other cities in the state of Iowa, our size, have a runoff provision. There are very few primary cities, are there not?
When I was able to pull some information, Cedar Rapids uses runoff. Ames uses runoff, West Des Moines uses runoff, and then there were a number of smaller communities I could find that use runoff.
Yeah.
So it does kind of vary. Iowa City is not a runoff community. Des Moines is not a runoff community. So it was kind of a mixed bag.
Okay, all right. So we're kind of in a mixed bag of this, so I think it's worth a discussion. But once again, if we decide to stick with this, great, as a council. If we decide not to, great. But I do think there's a cost that we wouldn't incur every single year or every other year like we have. I mean, we've incurred these costs almost every single election that we wouldn't incur if we had a runoff system instead. So I think it's a worthwhile thing to at least look at and discuss. So open it up for any discussion. Mr. Leindecker.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So as a newly elected official and going through my first election, I do appreciate the dialogue and discussion on thinking about changing our process here that we have from having a primary versus potentially a runoff. I do think it's key that we, as you mentioned, Mayor, is have a runoff provision in there. The one thing I do hear I did also read and hear the kind of comments about favoring the incumbents. I think it all just obviously comes down to name recognition, which I think if you have the runoff, I think that somewhat eliminates that to a certain extent. But regardless, that's always going to be there, right? I mean, that's just poli-sci 101 is the name recognition components of it. So the thing I think about is if we we had one of the highest voter turnouts, and I think we had relatively speaking, a good dialogue, good engagement in the community overall this past election season. I think it's good to get turnout high and up there, and I think part of it was probably having a primary process and not changing it. I do worry about having flip into the runoff, and especially thinking about the time of year that would occur. So, election early November, then we have the runoff early December. We have a holiday in between there and various other weather activities going on given our geographic location. There's things like that come into play that I do worry about. And just keep an overall turnout high, right? That's kind of where I am. I'm leaning towards just leaving it like we have it based on overall turnout this past year. But I do think if we do go the other route, I think the runoff provision is important, like you mentioned. So, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Landick. Other thoughts? Yeah, Mr. Resnick.
Sure. So for me, if there's an effective, fiscally responsible option, we should take it. $40,000 is not pin money. So, I mean, it is real money. And that does make a difference. The other thing is, it's a nonpartisan, our elections are nonpartisan, at least nominally. This last year, maybe not so much. But I don't think we lose much if we have a general election and then have the runoff if necessary, if nobody gets over 50%. So, I mean, as Mr. Leindecker said, they say there's an incumbent advantage. Well, if the incumbent has done well and his name recognition means something positive, then yes. If it doesn't, then it doesn't help him. That people know now that this person is not very good. And I mean, we've had people, incumbents run and lose. I mean, it's not like just because you're an incumbent, you're gonna win, as you mentioned. So, I mean, I think it is, let's go for the sure savings. And sometimes there will be runoffs and it's exciting when the community gets excited about two candidates who are strong candidates and have strong ideas where they want to take our community. I think that's great. And I think the excitement would build myself after the general election and these two strong candidates come through, and then we're looking for the next thing. All right, well, here it is. Nobody got 50%. So I would look forward to that. And I do think it would build. I mean, there was our latest, this is an unusual election in many ways. I mean, again, it's supposed to be nonpartisan, even though we got partisan literature from everywhere. So I hope it remains nonpartisan. I feel that as soon as you say, I'm in this party and I vote the way this party votes, half the people in Dubuque don't think you care about them. So I try to keep party out of it. That's not what we're about here, I think, in Dubuque. So I'm glad we're going to keep it nonpartisan. It's a little political, but that can't be helped. So I'm hoping that we do go for the fiscally responsible option and go with the runoff if no candidate hits 50%. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Russell.
Thanks. I think that everyone wants to make sure that all of our citizens and our candidates are going to participate fully in the election process. And then we want to have an outcome that's going to reflect the voices of the citizens. And that being said, campaigning is hard work, especially if you're new. And all of us were at one time a first-time candidate. And of course, an incumbent, as Mr. Leyendecker said, will or should have some name recognition. I mean, that's just the way elections work. So if you are a newcomer in those shoes, it's going to take a little more work and practice and preparation to win. So, but I can attest to the fact that it's possible. So I've really thought about this, and I've listened to the people who've contacted me, and I do think that the runoff election, as opposed to the primary, is a good approach. Number one, it allows everyone to be on the ballot. And then if no one gets over 50%, we can have a runoff, and that will clarify what our citizens really want. I'm glad that we're researching every time we have a possible way to save money for the taxpayers. But I think the cost of a runoff would be a worthwhile investment to get the best outcome to match our citizen voices. So in some instances, as Mr. Resnick said, there won't be the need, and we'll save that money. But it will be a good investment, I think. If we do need to go that route, we will make sure that the candidate that's going to sit at this table is one that the citizens have selected. So I would support moving to the runoff election.
Thanks, Ms. Rousseau. Mr. Staver.
Just so I'm understanding, when there's a runoff, it's going to cost the same, right? So there's no savings.
Generally is what you've said, right? Yeah.
Yes, it would be comparable in cost.
So I guess all the input I've been getting from the public is, they like it the way it is. I think in these times, creating controversy over elections is probably a bad idea. I think preserving the voting integrity, whether you believe it does or doesn't, I think the general public has kind of said they like it the way it is. So I think because the savings are, as one of the guys said, pretty small and won't be there when there is a runoff triggered. I would say we leave it as is.
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Staver. Ms. Wethel.
In the editorial board, the editorial board of the Telegraph Herald in 2022 and 2025 got it right when they requested a reexamination of our municipal elections as a measure of fiscal responsibility. And so when I saw this on our agenda this week, it didn't sound like a new idea. It sounded like a fiscally responsible consideration. I do not believe there is some sort of sinister plan to disenfranchise voters in a municipal, nonpartisan election in the city of Dubuque, as has been suggested in the corners of social media. I would venture to say this could better take partisanship out of municipal elections. Based on the last election cycle, some might not want that. I've heard from residents speaking out today, some certainly out of very genuine concern that change might change fairness in local elections. Some with a narrative that is simply not true. In a time of divisiveness and mistruth and sowing seeds of doubt in election processes, I am disappointed in maneuvering this into political folly. I personally recommend that this discussion, for a time at least, wait until we have more clear-headedness that can prevail in decision-making. A time when mistruths are seen for what they are, which is to drive fear. Driving fear hurts Dubuque, and it hurts her people. And I would really just encourage people to pick up a phone and call me. I'm gonna share that I never once asked our city clerk to approach this personally. I never spoke to a fellow council member about approaching this personally. And as the next person to be on a municipal ballot, for which I am excited to be and continue to serve, I'm just going to share that that doesn't belong in Dubuque. Doesn't belong in Dubuque. Don't scare people. It's not fair to the electorate. It's not fair to candidates that put themselves on a ballot. So let's step it up. Thanks.
Mr. Frank, go ahead.
So when this came on, came up when I was reading my agenda paperwork. I was like, oh, this is interesting. I have been surprised by the number of people that have reached out to say basically don't do it. It's, you're going to screw up the whole system. But I have to tell people the story that I had in 2019 when I ran. The first time I had a primary, and it is crazy. It's insane. But that was very successful in that primary. Then, and the gentleman that was against me, who went on to the general, he personally torpedoed his campaign because he didn't really want to be on city council because he was running on a bar bet, I found out 6 months later. Totally wasting tax dollars, totally wasting things. So it's a serious thing to be sitting up here. It's not like we just decide to do this and just literally run on a bar bet. This is a serious thought that we put in with our family, with our loved ones. So we want to be here. And regardless of how we get here, whether it is a traditional election that we have now, or if it turns into a runoff, that doesn't really bother me because we're serious candidates. We want to be here. So it's been interesting to see that people are just upset that the possibility of changing the system upsets them, where, yes, as Mr. Leindecker mentioned, if you're an incumbent, yes, you do have a bit of an advantage. But we've seen multiple times, and I've paid attention long enough, where there has been multiple incumbents that have had long-term seats that have lost their seats. We've appointed people that have lost their seat. So this is not, it's an election. We just have to run a campaign regardless of how we set up our election system. So I wouldn't be totally against the idea of changing it. I would like to just research some more and think about it some more. So I don't have a final decision, but I'm assuming that, as I said to folks, this is a discussion. We're not making a decision tonight, a formal decision. This is just a discussion to say, hey, maybe we want to go this way, maybe we don't want to go this way. So, thank you.
Well, I think that's a number of very good points that were made in this discussion tonight. I think it's a lot of good things to think about. This idea of, one of the things I heard as a theme is the point is to drive turnout. And Mr. Leindecker, you made a really good point. I think, the best example of driving turnout that we've ever seen, really, since I can remember in Dubuque, is this most recent election. We had the highest turnout that we've had. So if it ain't broke, don't try to fix it kind of idea, and maybe the primary did drive that. But I also think there's an argument there that maybe it didn't, because there was still only 13% turnout, for that particular primary for both the mayor seat and Ward 1. That was the turnout overall in the entire city. So I think that that's something to think about. Mr. Staver, you made a really good point. Maybe now's not the time to create controversy about elections. I couldn't agree with you more on that one. I think that's a really important point that you made there. And Ms. Wethel, it was you that suggested maybe we just hold off on this and let the community have a discussion a little bit about it. I think my preference would be to do just that for all the reasons that we just mentioned. I don't think this is something that you have to decide immediately. This isn't something we have to make a decision on tonight or the next meeting or anything like that. And in fact, I think making this decision after we have the budget decision, which I think is far more consequential than this one in this moment, is probably a good move. And that would give the community an opportunity to be able to talk about it some more. I would love to hear more people reach out to us. Right now, people reached out in a flurry, and I think some of it was unfortunately motivated, as has been pointed out. And I'd like to see cooler heads prevail to be able to have a real discussion about whether this is beneficial or not. But I think you can only do that over time. So I think if we were to let that occur, for instance, let the Telegraph Herald write what they may, and decide if they want to have a say in this once again, as the community media outlet or any other media outlets, Let people talk to us. And if we just keep getting feedback that, no, we don't want to change this, then why would we want to change it? If everybody wants to keep it the same, then great. What I would ask is, if we do get to that conclusion, I would hope that we now have a renewed fervor for primaries, because the most feverish that we've been for primaries has been 13% of us showing up, and that's really poor. I would really hope that we could see. I mean, 42% people showed up for the election when it came down to it, for a general election. That's an incredible number. That's the kind of numbers you want to see in both a primary and an election. Then you're making real decisions about those candidates who are running, not just, letting people decide for you. And I don't think we should let people decide that for us. I think we should be invested in this if we can. So I would hope that's part of the conversation. So my suggestion would be, we invite the community to give us more feedback. And because I think we've gotten pretty much what we need from staff on this. And Adrian, thank you for the information. And Krenna, you've helped a lot with this too, to be able to say, what other cities are doing. And maybe it gives us an opportunity to reach out to some of those other cities. I mean, we have colleagues that sit on councils in other cities that have primaries, that don't. Maybe it'd be beneficial to hear from that too. But however we want to do it, I don't intend to bring this back on an agenda before the end of the budget. If we do bring it back, it would be after that. So I would encourage people to, let's just say, before May, reach back out to us and let us know what you think, and let us know what your opinion is on this. And then we may or may not be making a decision on that come later in the spring. Does that sound like a positive way forward at this point? Okay. All right. Thank you very much for that discussion. I think it was very helpful to hear all those opinions. All right. Well, the motion here was, I have misplaced my agenda entirely. The motion here was to receive and file.
Discuss.
Is that mine? Did you steal my agenda?
No, I didn't. I
Okay.
swear I was going to hand mine to you.
There it is. I found it. Yep. Here I am accusing Ms. Wethel. All right. So the motion here was to receive and file and just discuss this as a council. So Adrian, would you call the roll, please?
Wethel.
Aye.
Leindecker.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
That motion passes 7-0.
Action item number 8 is where do property taxes go? Utility bill insert.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Resnick?
I move to receive and file.
Second by Sprang.
Motion by Resnick, second by Sprank. Mike, you have any comments on this or anything, or just?
No, sir.
Okay. So this will be a utility bill insert that all utility-paying customers will receive, either in the mail or by email, correct? If they get this by email, they can receive that by email as well. So it's great. Kind of gives us some more of an idea of where property taxes are going. So I really appreciate that we're doing this. Other discussion on it? All right. Motion there is simply to receive and file. Adrian, would you call the roll, please?
Wethel.
Aye.
Leindecker.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0.
Action item number 9 is tax increment financing in Dubuque, 2010 through 2025 utility bill insert.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Sprank.
I motion that we receive and file.
Second.
Motion by Sprank, second by Resnick. Same deal here. This is another insert that you can expect. Tax increment financing is a major discussion point in the Iowa legislature right now. We, as a city, and I as mayor, have made the argument that it is important, that it is something that is a tool that is required and needed by cities. So hopefully we can continue to have a healthy discussion about that at the state level. All right, seeing no further discussion here, the motion is to receive and file. Adrian, would you call the roll, please?
Wethel.
Aye.
Leindecker.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Next are council member reports.
Have we been busy? Mr. Resnick?
I just want to comment on one item, and that's the Impact Award that was recently celebrated down at the Moon Bar, as they say. And it just reminds the city council that we're not the only ones working for the betterment of this community, and we have a lot of help, and they have a lot of help in us, I hope, and we have a lot of help with all these great citizens doing fantastic work, not just for themselves, but for the entire community. I was excited. They had quite a lineup of people who did incredible things and who continue to love our community and make that exactly, very evident in how they, when what they do to our community and with our community. So again, thanks to them, and thanks for everyone who showed up and supported them. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Mr. Leindecker.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So I continue, and I'm almost at the end of my department orientation meetings, which continue to be great and very informative. So over the past 2 weeks, I've met with the Economic Development Department, Emergency Management, Emergency Communications, and then kind of outside of the department orientations, I have met with the Humane Society that wanted to bring me up to speed on the services they provide for the city and things of that nature and the scope of what they do. And then also the ECIA, which have been both very informative as well. So I've got the Transportation Department here later this week, and that will wrap up my orientation. So.
All right, excellent. Thank you, Mr. Landecker. Mr. Strank?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since last time we met, I have attended my DRA meeting. We had the Dubuque City Conference it's for the city assessors to set their budget. Then my nonprofit that I'm actively involved with, we had a fundraiser, and then also I met with the wonderful Humane Society to kind of hear what's all going on there. And then, of course, this week I have a couple neighborhood association meetings. So, yeah, thank you.
Good, thank you. Mr. Staver?
Yeah, I've been done with my orientation meetings for like 6 weeks, so I don't know what's going on over there. That might explain why my wheels are falling off. That was a lot to get done, so maybe I should take the paced approach. But I also went to the Humane Society, and that was a lot of fun. It's cool to see how much that's grown and all the incredible work they do. I didn't really realize all the things they do and how the animals they receive from the city actually help them. To have animals to get adopted. So it was cool learning how that thing works together. So that was fun.
Yeah, thank you. Ms. Wethel?
Sure. I had a waste management board meeting with Councilmember Resnick and Supervisor Potoff, for which we serve on the board on the 18th. I met with David Gamble, who was contracted by Dubuque Forward regarding interest and work that they are doing in downtown corridor, specifically in Ward 4, for which I'm always interested to dream big and learn more. Our conference board, as was noted by Councilmember Sprank, and then I met with Anthony Edwards down at the Q and learned about process of our growth and what to look forward to as it relates to the new amphitheater and how exciting that is and the potential that we have, and how personal that is to Councilmember Sprank and myself as we serve those spaces and those people in that area. And then, yes, the impact awards that you mentioned, Councilmember Resnick. I just want to give a kudos to 365 because while I was there, I thought about not how wonderful it is that we are lifting up these organizations that do so much in the community, but a lot of them are organizations and people who you don't really learn about except for kind of the options to lift them up like this. So hats off to 365 because they just always knock it out of the park. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, well, I'll just say it's been fun to welcome Mr. Staver to Travel Dubuque. We did have a Travel Dubuque meeting not too long ago. To Dubuque Initiatives, we got added Mr. Landecker to that, so appreciated having the new voices at the table to have some of those discussions. A lot of different meetings, but one thing that's really exciting is we're starting to talk about RAGBRAI a little bit. So that's actually pretty fun, talking about RAGBRAI and thinking about the fact that we get to have that coming back to Dubuque this year. So it'll be good. It is a busy legislative season. So made a trip that was unplanned to Des Moines last week to speak at a subcommittee hearing on the governor's property tax proposal with our Director of Strategic Partnerships, Anderson Sansey. I want to thank our legislators for meeting with us there, some of whom actually Shannon Lundgren in particular, Representative Lundgren, wasn't able to see us most of the day and then made a special trip down to the subcommittee hearing room just to come and say hello to us. I always appreciate that we work together in that way. Also had a meeting at the same time with Senator Townsend and Senator Kelker, to have two people of different parties at the same table having the same discussion about property taxes with us. speaks volumes of our representatives, and I really appreciate that. There will be more trips to Des Moines, trip to Washington DC coming up here. Lots of different things happening. Intend to have serious discussions about property taxes, mainly at the state legislature, but then when we go to Washington, I mentioned earlier tonight, talk about the build grant, talk about the possibilities of working with our Department of Transportation, talk about just anything we can discuss with our federal representatives, but in particular our congressional representatives about the things that can serve the people of Dubuque. So I look forward to those discussions every time, and again, appreciate that they always welcome us to the table with open arms to be able to do that and set up meetings and work their schedules around us. So I appreciate that very much. All right, we have a closed session to talk about a few more things, so I'll take a motion, please.
Tyson, I'll move.
Mr. Mayor?
If you want to try it, go ahead. But you do have to move specific to the things that are written, actually not on the blue card, but right here on the agenda where it says closed session. So, so you basically move to have a closed session pursuant to discuss those things right there at the very bottom. So you'd move to go into closed session.
Move to go in closed session.
To discuss, and then just read those things right there.
To
Confidential
discuss.
records, it's at the bottom of page 10.
Oh, thank you. Yep. To discuss the confidential records, pending litigation and purchase of sale of real estate, chapter 21.51 ACJ Code of Iowa.
All right, that works. Thank you very much.
Second.
I got a motion by Leindecker and a second by Resnick. For the record, the attorney that the city council will consult with on the issues to be discussed in closed session is City Attorney Colonel Brumwell. Adrian, would you call the roll, please?
Wethel.
Aye.
Leindecker.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. We are in closed session.